Hello, 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 everyone. Good evening. Good evening. Good to see everybody in here tonight. Let me move up here to the top. Let me move to the top, you guys. Hey, Karen, girl, you number one in here tonight. Hello, everyone. Hello, hello, hello to you. Good to see you. Miss Justice. Much love and prayers, PG. Hey, girl, number two. Number three. Let's see. Who is odd justice for you? All right. You're a number three girl. God bless. Um, Miss Justice, love you. Oh, I lost Marlena. Marlena, come back. I'll put this in the chat for you. There we go. You grab the link and come back. All right. Okay, girl. I can't see your avatar. On mute. Let me see if I can hear you, Marlena. Okay. Okay. Yes. Yes. Um, are you up here, girl?
I'm up here.
Okay. Okay. I got one more. Number four. Who is number four in here tonight? Let me see. It's Funky. You're number four. All right. There you go, girl. Hey, prayers, and God bless you too. God bless. Good to see everyone in here tonight. We got a special guest up here tonight. It's Marlena. She's come in to hang out with us and to talk a little bit about Summer's case. Hey, Patty, good to see you, girl. Australia, good to see you, sweetie. It's good to see everybody in here seeking truth. Brat. Let me see. I'm trying to get to the bottom, you guys. Hey, Angel Girl, how you doing, Brenda? Janet, here, spread the love. Good to see you, girl. Dorothy, that is beautiful. That is absolutely beautiful. Carrie, that is beautiful too. God bless. Hey, Tiger Mom, how you doing tonight? Purple Hearts for Summer. God bless. I keep losing Marlena. Hey, Molly, there you are, girl. I see you. Deputy Sheriff, how you doing tonight? Miss Prissy Pauls. All right. Member for 29 months. Hello, PG. Hello to you. Hello to you. I got Marlena back up here. Angel Girl, how you doing, sweetie? All right. I'm at the bottom. Hello to everybody that I may have missed on my way to the bottom. Hey, Miss Prissy Pauls, Purple Hearts for Summer. God bless. God bless. All right. I'm gonna jump into this tonight. As I jump into this tonight, I would like for my mods. I'm gonna ask my mods to please I'm gonna ask my mods to please keep this Cash App going in the chat tonight. Could my mods please grab on to the Cash App that I just put into the chat? Please copy that and keep it going in the chat tonight as Marlena's up here on the panel. To help her out. She's been going through a whole lot of stuff here recently, and she could use a little bit of help, you guys. So, anything that you were going to give the channel tonight, anything you was going to give this channel tonight, please put it on that Cash App instead tonight to help Marlena out. She's going through a lot. She's been going through a lot. Before this case, during this case, all the way up to now. A whole lot going on. I'm going to tell you the one thing that surrounds Summer's case is fear. Is fear, you guys, because You know, I know for a fact that there's people keeping up keeping up with where Marlena's at all the time. You know, and that's scary. That's very scary. That's also, you know, that's also putting her in a position to, you know, have to periodically move from place to place, um to, you know, to stay safe and out of, you know, out of the out of the way of a lot of these people, you know, surrounding this case. And I also know for a fact that Dom Wells has been seen um, over the last few months in a particular area where he should not be, where he should not be. And, you know, and that's a problem too. Um, these people, you know, these people, for some reason, you know, the people surrounding Summer Wells' case, um, they keep close tabs. They keep close tabs on the other people surrounding the case, trying to put out a message to these people, actually trying to send out a message of fear for these people not to be, you know, doing what Marlena's brave enough to come up here and do tonight. And that is to talk, you know, talk about what went on, um, you know, a little bit before and during June 15th, 2021. Um, Marlena was very close friends with Candace there for a minute. Not anymore. Not anymore. Marlena got turned on, just like everybody else. When, you know, when the Wells wanted to get all the focus off themselves, Marlena, her brother, her boyfriend were victims, as well as a lot of other innocent people like Dudley, Mr. Dobbs, a lot of other people, victims in all of this. Marlena, her brother, her boyfriend, they were all victims as well. Even you know, even her daughter, she has a daughter around Summer's age, and even her daughter, you know, is just like the Wells boys, a victim as well. A victim as well. You know, a lot of people are victims in this case. They got a lot of people in the chat saying hello, Marlena. Um, and I appreciate that. I appreciate that. Um, PG asked Marlena if Summer could talk. Marlena, could Summer talk?
Yes, ma'am. She could talk.
Why do you think that Candace and Don Wells and I did see a few others trying to act like she couldn't?
I really don't understand that because she could talk as plain as just the boys could.
Right. She could talk just like your little girl can talk.
Yes, my little girl can talk and say full sentences by the age of 3.
And Summer was just as
Talkative all the time, just like my little girl.
right. So she was just as advanced as your daughter as in speech.
Yes. She's actually ahead of my daughter in speech a little bit.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because my little girl had to have speech therapy for a minute.
And Summer's, you know, we heard on the 911 call, you know, Summer screaming for help, mommy, mom, help me. I don't know if you've ever heard that video of that 911 call, but during this,
Ma'am.
you haven't heard it.
No, ma'am.
You haven't heard that. You know, I'm going to try to play that out. I'm going to try to play it out tonight so that you can hear it. It's very, very disturbing. The way Summer hollers, you know, mommy, mom, help me, and Candace ain't helping her. And then she hollers for somebody, anybody, please help me. And I thought for sure, we're hearing this 911 call, that when law enforcement got there, they would have wanted to talk to this little girl that, this grown man was in the shower with, that he was supposed to be continuing to try to attack. I thought for sure they would, want to talk to this child and, you know, possibly have a well health care check on this child and everything, before releasing it back to the parents after that. But nobody
Mhm.
helped her. Nobody helped her. And did you? So you were quite aware of that incident of the 911 call and everything that conspired up there when Jose was there. Did you ever meet Jose?
I never met Jose.
You didn't ever see him.
No, I never
Everybody's
met him. Nothing.
okay, right. They're asking Marlena, how did you and Candace meet?
Me and Candace meet because of my dad gave Donnie, her husband, a job at the time because he had just came down here and he was looking for work. And my dad did, he painted a lot. So he painted all the hospitals around here and all that, and he put him to work. And then I met Candace that way.
Okay, and um, when me and you was talking, you know, this is Marlena's story if she wants to tell it, but you was telling me about, Candace. We know that Candace was trying to get rid of Summer. She's trying to give Summer to Grandis and God knows whoever, and um, Don put his foot down and wanted to keep Summer, um, as his personal whatever, you know, I think we know now why, but, you know, at the time, and that's probably what Candace was afraid of as well. Candace don't like no women at all. Period. She, for some reason, she just hates other women. Let it be a child, a teenager, an adult. She just hates women. Period. Even a baby. Um, but you said that she also was, trying to adopt out the boy, give away the boy, the youngest son. Um, do you want to elaborate on that?
Um, Candace tried to adopt or try to let me, well, I was supposed to have adopted the one above Summer, the little boy. And I was told I wasn't going to get pregnant. I had ovarian cancer. I wasn't going to have a youngin. And all my friends around me was having kids and stuff. And when she's pregnant with him, she told me that um that she would adopt him out to me since she didn't want him anymore. She didn't want to keep him because she already had enough as it was. And then when it was time to adopt him and her to have him, she took off and fled the state. And then she got mad over something petty, I guess. I don't know what it was. And did not did not let me adopt him. And she quit talking to me for like almost a year after that. So I didn't see him again until he was like a year old.
Oh, okay. Okay. So she pulled back when she wasn't going to get what she wanted in
Right.
in the adoption.
I
And
think Dawn had a lot, now that I see that, I think Dawn had a lot to do with that because of what's all been going on with these children and what's been happening.
absolutely, absolutely. And but God blessed you with a baby. He blessed you with your own. And
Yes, it
and
did.
Marina greatly loves her little girl. Me and her was talking behind the scenes, and she was just telling me how blessed she was and how much she loves her little girl. And due to Summer's case, Marlena had to go through a lot of stuff through CPS. Marlena was also telling me that that the Wells the Wells had, well, someone had reported Marlena and her sister to Child Protective Services, saying some very ugly and awful things. And Marlena had no idea who it really was until after Summer came up missing. And then she, it enlightened on her why that particular phone call was made. And Marlena was very concerned and worried because not only her daughter, but another person's daughter, a few days before Summer went missing, was up on that hill. You know, they, like law enforcement and everyone else, they did not suspect. I mean, they knew Don and Candace weren't the best people, but they never suspected that they would, be doing the evil stuff that they was doing up there with these children, that was left in their trust, to play with their children. And so, but after Summer came up missing, she, it dawned on her why they did what they done. They were setting her up. Um, and that wasn't right. That wasn't right. But because of this, they was causing her a whole lot of problems, with Child Protective Services after Summer came up missing as well. Because now law enforcement.
Hold on a minute. I think in like 1 year from like then a year of CPS was called. I know I got called on at least 50 sometimes within a year.
After Summer went missing.
Between the year that between like 6 months before that and after that, I got called like it was like 50 some odd times.
Exactly. And yeah, and the things they were saying, trust and believe. Marlena knows that it was, who it was. She knows who it was that was doing that to her. And then after Summer came up missing, the jealousy and the hatred and the bitterness that, Marlena still got her child, Candace don't have none, kicked in. And, and now it's, let's just call and cause this, in Candace's mind, BICTH, a lot of trouble. And so she kept continued to put Marlena through a lot of hell, even after that. And that's, a whole lot of reason that Marlena didn't ever, come out here, come out. And Candace was trying to, the people she felt she couldn't, control, that she was causing so much hell and havoc. They didn't have time. She kept them so busy with all of this other stuff that her and Don was doing, that they didn't have time to come out here and be able to really talk or tell or, do anything, because they was, all wrapped up and worried about what, these phone calls to cause them a lot of problems, behind the scenes. And of course, a mother's going to be taking care of, all of this stuff, before anything else. And, so Don and Candace were very strategized on their plots and ploys against, these people surrounding this case, the ones that, had information that could be vital to Summer's case. They were doing all kinds of evil stuff. I mean, just like Mary and her sisters and them, and Allison, Allison knew who was making them CPS calls on her. Candace tried the same shit with Allison, I'm sure that Mary and her sisters and them probably got a few phone calls as well, and so forth and so on. They, that's because this is how these people operate. They're very evil, and this is the way they operate. But Marlena has, a lot to still be concerned with, especially over as I said, the last few months. Don Wells is, coming coming alone and hanging out in areas where, in my opinion, this is my opinion, hanging in areas where he feels that Marlena's daughter is. The gentleman you're hearing in the background of Marlena's um, avatar is her brother. That's her brother in the background, and he is very familiar and affiliated with this group of people as well, and how evil they are as well. Um, Marlena, someone said, did your daughter see Summer pack a suitcase and say she was going on a trip the night before? I want to let Marlena answer these questions.
I can't see the writing, so you might have to read them to me.
Okay, did your daughter see a suitcase packed for Summer around the time she went missing?
Yes, she did. She's told me when grandma or whatever, grandpa, whatever her name is,
Grandass.
Grandass, yeah. When Grandass brought her home that morning, she said that she seen a suitcase and it was packed, that her and her daddy was going away, and it was just her and her daddy. Nobody else. Nobody else was going. It was just her and her father going. And yes,
Yeah,
my daughter has talked to the police. Yes, my daughter has talked to FBI. So yes, they do know this.
and Grandass is the one. See, Marlena's daughter wasn't supposed to come home until Sunday. Marlena was going to pick her daughter up on Sunday. She was supposed to spend the weekend with. She was supposed to spend the weekend with Summer. That particular weekend, but for some reason, unexpectedly, Candace comes running with Marlena's daughter back to Marlena's house on Friday.
Late Friday afternoon. She went there on a Wednesday night. No, a Tuesday night. Tuesday night. And she was supposed to stay for a week because it was in the summer and she was out of school and they were supposed to go to wetlands and stuff like that because my car was down. And Candace said, let me have her. We're going to go to wetlands. I'll pay for it all. Me and Dawn will take care of her. And I'll bring her back to you on Sunday evening when we get back, or you can pick her up. We just stay in touch and I'll let you know. Well, I didn't have time to stay in touch because Friday morning about 10 o'clock, Grandass was bringing my daughter to the bottom of the hill and dropped her off at my house
Right.
where I lived at that time in Bayletson.
Absolutely.
And I
So
asked my daughter why she was at home so soon. She said that here comes the suitcase thing. Said that her dad and her was going away on a field trip and she had to come home on a trip somewhere. They were going away for a couple of days and she had to come home.
did your daughter say that she actually saw the suitcase, actually saw it packed?
Yes, my daughter's seen it packed. She's seen them putting clothes into a suitcase. They also seen, or she also said that she picked out her favorite dress to take with her. I mean, what she did, she had a favorite dress. It
Do
was
you know?
it was pink and it was Paw Patrol. It was the pink Paw Patrol.
Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah, I believe there's a picture of her in that particular dress.
Yes,
Um,
ma'am.
yeah, yeah, I'm pretty sure there is. So basically, they made up a big story, um, put on a facade for your daughter's sake, and had Grandis bring your daughter out and bring her home. Did Summer come with her when Grandass brought your daughter home to you? Was
No,
Summer was not accompanying your daughter when she was dropped off then?
no, ma'am. It was just her and grandma.
Right, right. A lot of people see we had it wrong. A lot of people was confused. They thought your mother went to 110 and picked your daughter up. It wasn't that at all. it was Grandass brought your daughter home and didn't even have Summer come with them to when they dropped her off. So that's a red flag. That's a red flag right there because anytime anytime that I drop children off that stay with my children, anytime that I drop any children off at their home, that's spending a weekend or a sleepover or anything with my kids,
Your kid
I
usually attends it. Your
I
kid
take
usually, yeah.
yes, my child is is with that child, and when they get out of the car, I make sure my children go up to the door with the child and say, hey, mom just wanted to let you know we brought so and so home, and bless and have a wonderful day. So
And thank you for
always.
letting her stay with me.
Absolutely. And
Yeah.
I'm always beep the horn and wave, as my kids coming back to the car to, let them know you know, that everything went well and it was great,
Now it was her and the boys and grandma that picked her up
right.
from my house.
Okay,
So
so
grandma brought her back
right. But this time with no
and
other
nobody
children.
else but grandma.
Okay. Okay, that's a red flag. That's a red flag because I would think you know, well, it would be kind of weird to bring the boys with your daughter when she's Summer's friend. Like I have three sons and I got one daughter, and if someone stays with my daughter, then my daughter's the one that accompanies the child home. Um, and at that point, seeing that it's my daughter, I get out of the car and walk all the way up to the door, with my daughter because I accompany my daughter back to the vehicle as well. Um, I don't let any girls get out of the car unattended without an adult. And when I now with my sons, and their friends, I usually, pull up, like I said, let them run up to the door. I blow the horn and they come back and jump in and we're on our way home. But it's a different, it's a different world out there for our daughters today. And you got to always, be watching over them. But
Let me just put it out there for all the summer prayer group and warriors or strong soldiers, whatever, knowing that Beach Creek is not a place for kids to ever go missing. When we were raised, where all of the people knew where we were at, it didn't matter if we did run off or whatever and go wherever. There was always people that was looking after us that down the line that knew exactly where we were and they informed their parents. So with this child being missing, it is very weird for them to go missing down there because that was like where you protected your women. That's where you protected your kids. That's how they was raised. You protect your child. You protect your woman that you're with. So therefore, there's not no, that I know of in my 38 years. I've never known a kid to go missing down there. Period.
Oh man.
Until Summer disappeared.
absolutely. And, Andy Menard said the same thing. Fred Hill, who lives in that holler, said the same thing. Um, I've talked to a few people inside of Ben Hill Road that have said the same thing as well. And I'm glad you touched on that. I am so glad you touched on that, Marlena, because, um, a lot of people, was wondering about that as well. I mean, the more people, that touch on this allows us to more understand that there's no way in hell Summer was abducted or went missing out of the inside of Ben Hill Road because that's a place that no one goes missing at.
Them
Exactly.
kids knew not to go off of that hill by themselves. Period. For one. For two, they ain't nobody just gonna pull up down there because if you pull up in somebody's driveway, you're likely to get shot. That's just truth be told.
You can't even.
People, I mean, you couldn't even turn around down there in the day unless you knew that person, and that their driveway is the only way you got to turn around down that way.
Amen. Amen. You can't even
So
go
I
to
don't
the.
know. I mean, this with the summer being missing and everybody just like all. I'm not saying about you, Miss PJ, but I'm talking about everybody else that's running their mouth that don't know anything about the case, that doesn't know anything about the inside of how the life went on or whatever. I mean, them people though have no idea of what it was like raised down there. Nobody, I mean, yeah, had a bad name. Yes, it did. It had a bad name when you tell everybody you're from Beach Creek, everybody steps back about 3 steps and they're like, you know, but they protected their children, they protected their women, they made sure that everything went as smooth as they went, and there was no police that ever was down there, not one. They don't come one carload, they come like 10 because they're not coming alone. And if they have to come alone, they're not coming. That's the way it worked back in the day. And
Absolutely. Well, it still
you
works that way,
know,
Marlena. It still works that way. If you
it
go
does.
into if you go down Beach Creek and turn into Ben Hill, and the dogs alert everybody, and the next thing you know, you've got people stalking you out there, looking at you, and watching
Because
you.
y'all don't fit into that world down there. They're trying to figure out who all these newcomers are, who's down here messing around that ain't supposed to be, and what's going on and why is this happening? Because this has never happened. I mean, no kid has never went missing, and I'm telling you, I was raised down there, brought up down there. I mean, my sisters and my brothers was brought up down there. I mean, never once in your lifetime knew that kids went missing down there.
Right.
Ever.
Nobody. Nobody ever.
And then you
And
wanna mention about the dogs or whatever. I heard in the story about Summer Wells's case where, they said somebody said something about the dogs not barking or whatever. Them dogs up on that hill would alert on anything and everything that moved. So he can't sit there and say that them dogs never barked or whatever. Them dogs up on that hill would raise hell until he would holler about 15 times to get them to call him off to make them hush. I know because my daughter, Summer give my daughter one of the pups out of the video. Well, I think you've played it maybe, or somebody else has played it, where she's outside and she's got a puppy in her hand. I had a
right.
dog that come out of that litter. Actually, matter of fact, the dog that Summer had in her hand, she gave it to my daughter, and it ended up getting sick and dying. I think somebody poisoned it. But anyway, um,
That was that yucky?
no, that was I don't remember what she called. Maybe it was Yucky, the little brown one with one blue eye and one brown eye, and he was spotted up. He had no
Right.
tail.
The one she was holding, the one she was holding in that picture.
Yes, ma'am.
Now Don and Candace said that was yucky, and matter of fact, Candace later tried to pawn off some dog that we all know was not yucky at all. And we didn't ever know what happened to Yucky. We had no idea what ever happened to Yucky. So Yucky
Summer
was
gave
given to
it.
your,
Summer gave it to my daughter.
and it ended up being unalived as well.
Mhm.
Oh
And
well, sorry to hear
just
that.
to, but just to make it all clear that my daughter did not stay up there for weeks and weeks at a time. I didn't just drop my kid off with her. She wasn't up there, but like 2 days tops at the most. I think that was uh, Andy Bernard's old lady that said, or maybe had said that I had dropped my daughter off and she'd been up there for weeks or whatever. I don't really know who said it, but my daughter never went up there for weeks at a time. My daughter was always with me, always. She never
I
hardly went anywhere.
Actually, that was the first time you would ever let them keep your daughter, wasn't it? Wasn't that the first time
Yes,
that you
ma'am.
ever
That was the
allowed
first
them?
time I ever in her lifetime let them keep her like that. Ever.
Right, right,
'Cause if you
and
wasn't close family to me, if you wasn't my sister-in-law, if you wasn't my sister, if you wasn't my brother, or if you wasn't any part of my ex or her father's people, you didn't keep my youngin'. I
Right.
kept her. I've had her
Ab-
since day one. I raised her from day one, mostly by myself because her daddy was in and out of a institution. He was always in jail or always going to jail or always something. So I
right.
raised her from day one.
They said, Marlena, did you ever see Candace or Don Wells or Grant? Did you ever see Summer and those boys be abused up there on the hill?
I mean, I've seen them have stuff thrown at them. I've seen them being whooped. I've seen them being knocked down. I've seen them. I even seen the last time I was up there, and I would think that was like around my birthday, like maybe a couple months. Well, maybe it was about a month and a half before. Month and a half. Yeah, because she went missing in June, right?
Mm-hmm.
May the 13th or May the 11th, or maybe it was a couple of days before Mother's Day. I saw the oldest one smoking pot. And I was like, what the heck are you doing? Why are you doing this? Why are you letting them? Oh, well, it's okay. And which Candace was doing Lord taps at the time because her teeth was swollen up. They was drinking a big bottle of liquor. And I had asked Candace, I said, so Don hasn't took off on one of his drug sprees. She said, "No, not yet. He's been good for a while. We've been trying to clear or get our life together and this and that." I said, "Well, that's good. I'm proud that y'all are trying to live right or whatever." And then it wasn't not sure after that she had called like a week or so after my birthday. My birthday's on Mother's Day, and she said he's took off again. He's been gone for like 4 days. And I was like, "Really?" And she's like, "Yeah, and I don't know if he's coming back this time or not. What am I going to do with all these children? What am I going to do about paying the bills and all that stuff?" And then when that day that I was up there for Mother's Day, right around there, CPS was coming in to make a claim on them going to school dirty or not being in school enough. It was something around that area. Like they had
And
been laying out or not going to school or going to school dirty or being
I, I
disruptive.
I believe that you were right about going to school dirty. The kids were putting up with a lot of trauma because they were going to school and
I know
not
that day I helped her hang about 5 or 6, maybe 7 blue totes of clothes for them kids, folded them, put them all in a different section. I washed 20 loads. I know at least 20 to 30 loads of laundry that day. I mean, I used to go in and wash the dishes, cook for them, everything, and help pick up the house to get it cleaned up and get it ready to pass inspection. I know I done that some. Um, I always tried to help her when she needed help. But, in the end, I'm the one that got backstabbed. I'm the one that lost my kid. I'm the one that's being followed. I'm the one that's getting accused of taking Summer and this and that. If I would have took Summer, she'd have been in a better environment. She wouldn't have been mistreated, and she wouldn't be missing right now. And
absolutely.
if I'd have took Summer, I wouldn't have stayed in town. I'm not that dumb. Everybody has known where I've been at the whole entire time. The police has known where I've been at the whole entire time. I would not take Summer like that.
Well, if you would have took her, you would only took her to keep her
Make her
away
better.
from the evil that you saw going on around her.
Yes, and I would have made it I would have made it better for her. I wouldn't have made it worse for her.
Um, they asked, did you ever see Summer sleeping on anything cold, like jugs of milk, or falling asleep on top of ice cream, or falling asleep on a pile of snow?
No, ma'am. Never.
She said no. And Deputy Sheriff, she did not ever witness nothing like that. Um, and
She
did
always
you?
Summer was always the warm, she always wanted to have a blanket on her legs or around her. She was like my youngin'. They had that soft fleece blanket that they had to have. It felt, like a almost like cotton. They had to have that
Right.
fleece blanket for them to have to cover up and like a security blanket.
Right,
And
right.
Summer had one, and it was a Paw Patrol because her and my daughter had one. It was matching.
Um, I hope I pronounced this right. Mar- Marisa? I hope I'm pronouncing that right. I appreciate your support for Summer's channel. God bless. My mods, can you remind everyone coming in tonight to please anything they're going to give the channel tonight, please give it to Marlena and keep her cash app flowing in this in the chat tonight so she can get some help. She's going through a lot. Um, I, what she's going through behind the scenes. PG knows she does need some help. So if you guys could help her, I would surely appreciate it. Let us help her tonight if we can. Anybody that can help her, please do. And she can surely use it. She really does need it. She does need it. I'm not. I don't think we need to explain why or what's going on per se, but trust me, I know what's going on. Please, if you can, please help her by putting some money on her cash app to help her out. Um, it would be greatly appreciated, and God bless everyone that does. God bless each and every one of you that does help her out tonight. She can surely use it, so please help her. And
Yes, ma'am. Thank
anything
you
you,
for all the help and support that I can get. I
and
appreciate every bit of it.
they said thank you, Marlena, for coming up and answering these questions and
Everybody's welcome.
talking about Summer's case. Um, see, there's a whole lot. There's a whole lot
And
that the people didn't know.
her favorite color wasn't purple. Her favorite color was blue.
Absolutely, and that's something that Marlena brought to my attention. Marlena said, "PG, Summer's favorite color ain't purple. That's her birthstone, PG. Candace has found out that that's what Summer's. Somebody told Candace about that being Summer's birthstone. And so Candace decided to use that color as Summer's favorite color because she didn't know. She didn't spend enough time with her children to know anything about them. So she used Summer's birthstone as her favorite color, and Marlena's like, that wasn't her favorite color, PG.
Mm.
I changed this baby's diapers and been around this baby from day one. And Marlena, was one of them that read books to the kids and colored with the kids and talked with the kids and played with the kids. And, Summer's favorite color was blue. She really liked blue. That's why she loved Paw Patrol, is because it was blue. Um, and that was the insight that came from Marlena. That's how I was able to bring that to you guys. Marlena has really, brought some things to light that we did not know, about, that was going on behind the scenes up there. I mean, they were, trying to sell off on the youngest boy to Marlena. And when Marlena wasn't, going to cough up that
Not
kind of,
sale. Not sale, give.
oh, they were going to give him to you. And
Yeah,
they,
I wouldn't be able to get pregnant or have any kids. So she would offer to give him to me
oh,
because
she was,
she knew that my family was a good family, that he would be taken care of and would be looked after, just like my little girl has been the whole entire time she's been alive. And I've got to thank God for that because my kid has had several people that love her and look after her and give her graces of how good she's been raised and how respectful she's been raised. And I've got to say, I've really chose the people that has been in my daughter's life.
and why did you say she changed her mind?
She had got mad at me for something. I don't remember what it was at that time. Maybe because Dawn was screwing up at work and my dad had fired him. I think that's most of it because my dad had fired him for not coming in half drunk, half lit, didn't God rest my daddy's soul. But anyway, um not coming in when he's supposed to, laying out drunk, coming in with alcohol on his breath, always messed up. My dad worked in the public eye. My daddy painted all the hospitals around here, like I said before. He painted Johnson City, he painted Indian Path, he painted Hoston Valley. He painted all these, even Johnson City Medical. He painted all these hospitals around here. My dad had a good name until all this stuff went downhill with Summer Wells because of what Donnie had said. Donnie had told my dad that he had to sacrifice his kid, and one day he would see her again, exactly what he said to my dad. And my dad, everybody's took that all out of text. My dad went to his grave and never told nobody but me and the family that was around him and the police. Rather, my dad didn't like talking to the law. My daddy wasn't never a man that called the law. My daddy handled stuff on his own. But Don had ran into him and told him that he had sacrificed his own kid and he would see her again someday, which my dad is dead. And I wish some people that talks about my dad, they talk about how, oh, well, he should have done this or he should have done that. No, that was who my dad was. If you went to my dad for a secret, my daddy kept that secret. My daddy didn't go out blurting that stuff around. He didn't say stuff like that. My dad was a good man. He would give you his shirt off of his back. He'd bring you in. He would feed you. He would give you everything he possibly could to help you. And then everybody's sitting here telling
But
that
but
my
you're
that that my
but you
dad was a bad person. My dad wasn't a bad person. He is dead. He is gone. You know,
Your dad
say
did
what
not
you
keep
will.
your dad did not keep that secret, Marlena. He did not keep that secret. He told
Well,
what
he
Donna
told
knows.
the yes, he told the police, but he didn't tell like after after she went missing and all the investigators and stuff started coming around and the police, yeah, he did tell them. But I'm saying, like, my dad wasn't a big man that would talk to the police just because you did something petty or whatever. That was a little girl, and my dad knew that that little girl was missing, and he was hoping they would find her before he had passed away. He got sick and he passed away.
So so basically um so basically a lot of people was saying that your dad was supposedly a bad person because he didn't come out here in the evil
My daddy
YouTube
didn't get
world
on. Yeah,
and
my daddy
get
didn't.
chewed up and spit out. No, this is not a place to come and try to tell people anything because that's why this channel here exists, as Marlena. That's why
Because you know what?
that's
We're
why
not.
Summer has a channel over here right now. Because you know what? I came out. I came out to try to tell, the best for summer and
Yes,
everything
ma'am, you
and
did.
to show people how, these wells were. And I had people coming at me in every direction. They treated me so bad and was so mean to me and attacking me. And all I was doing is trying to, open their eyes to who and what the wells were, to all of their bullshit. And I'm going to tell you, it was terrible. It was absolutely terrible, the way
That's
they
why.
treated me. And I don't blame your dad for not coming out here because that's what, and him being an older age, he couldn't have withstood what they did. He could not have withstood these people. He did what was righteous by talking to the ones that he needed to talk to, and that was the same ones questioning your daughter, law enforcement.
Yeah, and, like, my dad didn't ever bash anybody. He didn't ever do anything like that. That's why I've not got on so many channels. That's why I've stayed behind the scenes because my name and everything about me has been dragged through the mud,
Oh,
period.
absolutely.
I mean, everything. Everybody talks about me, how I'm terrible, and I'm pushing a cart down the side of Beach Creek and with a baby stroller, and I'm stopping people and this and that. People are out there slinging my name around like they ain't nothing, and I ain't nothing. No, I mean, I'm somebody, yes, but I'm not somebody that's high class and floozy and out here spreading and gossip about everybody and hating everybody and this and that. The only reason I decided to get on your channel is because PG is that to clear up some few things because yes, I am behind the scenes. Yes, I was up there. Yes, I my youngin was up there, and no, I didn't steal no youngin', and I don't stand on side of Beach Creek and do stupid stuff like that. And they thought that they was gonna run me out of the little town that I was raised on and raised up in. and they got another thing coming. I'm not going anywhere as long as
That's
there's
right.
breath in me. I'm not
That's
going
right.
anywhere.
Amen. Amen. But
And I
you,
mean, yeah,
but,
I'm having a
but
little bit
you,
of trial and tributes right now.
but
And
you
yes,
have to
there's
watch your
people,
back. Always, you got to
yeah,
be watching your back. You got to continuously watch your back. Because of this of this case right here. This case right here has done nothing but caused you nothing but hell, havoc, and misery.
I
From
can't get a
from
dog.
day
I
one.
can't go around certain people and tell them what my name is. I can't do a lot of things because as soon as I say my name, it's like, oh, you're part of the Summer Wells
Because
case.
Don and Candace Wells has turned your name into mud like they have turned many other people's name into mud as well. And it's not
Yeah,
righteous. It's not righteous. I mean, you should have seen what they did to poor Mr. Dobbs, a man that shows up in there, bought a piece of property, just his luck. He shows up on the 14th, the day before they decide to that they decide to carry out what they had been planning to do with this little girl. He shows up just the day before, and I'm going to tell you, it was his bad luck because they done nothing but put this man through pure hell, and he was nothing more than innocent. Dudley. Don Wells goes to work driving a different vehicle. He fires Dudley just so he can send the police all over the place to Dudley's dad's house, and the dad's calling up Dudley, and this Dudley guy who has a family, a wife, and children and everything. Don Wells, keeps his money, doesn't give him his money that he honestly worked for. Um, Don Wells, is trying to convince not only law enforcement but everyone out here that this man went and took his daughter out of some vengeance because he fired him. No, you fired him so you could use him on the 15th. That's why you fired him, is so you could use him as a culprit, as your scapegoat, for what you get the focus off of you and onto someone else. That's what you did to this man, an innocent man who had a loving, kind family that was doing well, working and trying to, make the best of his life. And he screwed that family up too. I mean, this case totally messed this man's family to the point that he's divorced now. He's divorced now, and just one big mess. And it has done. You're not the only victim to this. Many people are. Many people are victims to this. Many people are having all the same problems that you're explaining now. And you know, Don Wells and they have put everybody under the bus like that. I mean, Wayne Morlock. Don Wells
now
had
he
the
is a
adopted him.
now Wayne Morlock. He's a crazy fool.
Oh, he's crazy. And he isn't somebody that Don Wells and Candace, after they threw Wayne Morlock under the bus, trying to make him look like a child predator and all of this, they ran over into Arkansas and hid their asses. They went and hid their asses because they were scared to death once they did that one. And then after they did that, when they got back into um, Tennessee, because Don Wells was over at the hotel, he couldn't stay off the stuff and work a job where he's supposed to, so they called him back over into Tennessee. And when he got back there, he started picking on CPS. Then he started, trying to smoke screen and bullshit and gaslight everybody into trying to believe that, Child Protective Services came up there and kidnapped their daughter. Well, something. Child Protective Services don't have to kidnap anybody. They could have righteously took Summer out of there on the day she was born. They could have righteously removed all of them kids at birth if they wanted to.
They should have, because Candace
Yeah,
had drugs
they
in
should
her
have.
system. I know Candace smoked pot
Marina.
with every. I know Candace smoked and drank with every kid she had. So,
They said how many days before Summer went missing did you see her? Did you?
well, I seen her on that Wednesday afternoon when they picked up my daughter. was the last time I seen Summer.
Did your daughter tell you that she spoke to Summer on Friday before she came home?
Yeah, she seen Summer before she left because they were packing her stuff to get ready to leave.
Okay, so Summer
That's why Summer didn't come with Grandma and her to bring her home.
did you ever ask your daughter if Summer looked scared of them packing her up like that, if she looked happy, if she looked like she believed their BS or she didn't believe their BS? Did
Well,
your
I
daughter
mean, my daughter says she looked like she was excited in a way, but then again, she looked like she was scared. So,
right? Marlena, did you take the video of Summer sleeping on milk jugs, June 15th, 2021?
no, I did not.
Okay. She said no, she did not. Um,
I was at home when they brought my kid home.
she said she did not record no video on June 15th, 2021. And, I'm going to leave it up to Marlena's discretion if she wants to tell you what did happen on June 15th, 2021 or not. It's not my story to tell. It's her story to tell. If she wants to tell you guys what happened June 15th, 2021, then she can. Did you want to tell them about that or not, Marlena?
Are you talking about when Summer called me, or not Summer? Candace called me at 4:30 that afternoon. It was on Facebook, and she had told me that she was in the kitchen cooking them kids something to eat, and Summer was on her swing, and she looked out the window and turned around to the kitchen sink, and Summer was gone. In most videos, you all have seen that Summer's swing is on that big old tree. And if you look at the window, that straight window that's from that tree to the side of the house there on the tree is on the right hand side with the swing. The left hand side, that window that's in the middle right there towards the end, that is the kitchen. If you stand in the kitchen at the stove or at the sink or whatever, right there in that one little area, you could see if somebody snuck up on that hill to get her, like they said she did. And she knew better. Like I said, I'm going to repeat this one more time. Them kids knew better to go off of that hill at any point in any time. Okay, at 4 o'clock, she calls me and tells me Summer is missing. I tell her, I said, well, how long has she been missing? She said, maybe 20 minutes or so. I said, well, call the police. If not, I am calling them. And she said, well, I'm going to get off here and call them, and I'm going to look for Summer some more. I said, okay, well, let me know if you found her. Well, she didn't. So, and then the story came out that Dawn said that he drove from Jonesboro to Beach Creek in like 20 minutes or so. No, that's not possible. That is not possible at all. There's too many curvy roads. There's too much going on at that time. You're not going to get from there at 3 or 4 o'clock still with the school buses running and all that within 20 minutes. You're not going to do that. So therefore also I heard one 911 call say that she went for a walk. That that hussy never went for a walk. Candace, aka Candace, she never walked anywhere. She always rode somewhere, whether it was on a mini bike, in a vehicle, whatever. She never walked anywhere.
Absolutely. And Allison said that she didn't that she kept a pillow in the car because she was too lazy to go to the bathroom. She'd piss on the pillow. There was a pissy pillow that was in that car. Um, from what Allison.
There was always trash that fell out of the vehicle. You couldn't even get in and out of it. You could not never get in and out of it without the trash falling in and out. The car seats, half of them didn't even have covers on them. Half of them wasn't even buckled in half the time. If I wasn't there and I didn't make sure everything was buckled in and cleaned up before we left, it was an embarrassment.
Amen. Amen. Marlena, do you know Andy B and Fred Hill?
God Almighty. I know Mr. Fred Hill. Yes, I do. Whoever asked that. and he's not a cork in the corkscrew kind of dude. He is. I'm not bashing anybody. This ain't about bashing anybody, but he's got some trials and tribulations of his own that he needs to work out. Let's put it that way. And Andy B, I don't know too much about him. I've met him like once, maybe twice. He probably still don't even know what I look like to this day. Um, but it's just awful funny that all of them was together at that point in time that, Summer went missing. So somebody knows something.
Amen. I
Fred
agree
Hill
with
knows something. Fred Hill knows something. Andy B knows something. Whatever her name is, Andy B's old lady, she knows something. They know something, and they're covering up for each other.
I agree. I have to agree with you. God bless. I do agree. Um, did you ever see Domwell showering with any of the children?
Yes, multiple times.
So he did shower with the kids, you guys. True said yes. She says yes. Jody Sue said yes. I mean, so many people, so many different areas. All agreeing on that one for sure, for
Can we
sure.
go back a minute? PJ, can
Sure.
we go back a minute? Okay, when I was talking about the swing and standing there in the kitchen or whatever, them dogs, there was I know there was like two mothers and maybe a male or maybe one male or maybe two males, and then they had a litter of pups or whatever. If somebody came sneaking up on that hill and they would have tried to get Summer, them dogs would have been standing around Summer and out from Summer, barking and raising hell if somebody tried to sneak up on that hill, or if anybody ever got close enough to them kids, because them kids fed them and them kids took care of the dogs. So they had chores they had to do. So them dogs would have raised hell until somebody would have got somebody's attention. And where grandma was sitting at that time when it was told that she was fixing her knee brace and making a flower garden, there is no flower garden there. There's never been no flower garden there because it's all nothing but rocks up on that hill. For one. For two, where grandma and her was sitting to fix the knee brace, if she went out the basement door, they would have been able to see her. And three, if there was somebody coming up on that hill on that side from the basement door and all that, they would have been able to see them. That's what people don't understand. The way that hill is laid out up there, I don't know if Miss PG, if you've been up there or not, but the way that hill's been laid out up there is nobody can get around that hill because it's a horseshoe and everybody can see. It's on top of a hill. Everybody can see everything that goes on from up there on that hill. You can even stand up on that hill and watch the main road that goes up and down Beach Creek without nobody even knowing that you're standing there. But I'm saying you're not going to miss nothing because you're up on that hill, and everybody has to come up, not go down or sideways. You got to go up the hill to get to that house. So therefore, if anybody snuck around up there or whatever, them dogs would be raising Cain. Outrageous. They wouldn't have got by grandma and mama because them dogs would have been raising Cain. And like I said, she would have never went out that basement door by herself and down the hill because she knew better. The only way she got to the bottom of the hill is if somebody had took her down to the bottom of the hill with their hand and holding their hand and making her go. That's the only way that she would have went.
Um, some Nicole says, Marlena, did you see Candace abusing Summer? Yes, Marlena has seen Candace and them be mean to those children. Yes. They also asked, did you ever see Summer tugging at her business? Did you ever expect that she was being possibly essayed?
Oh, the few times that I was up there, she never tugged at her crotch or anything like that. No.
Okay.
Now, the one I was supposed to got, he was more of the how you say it, tempered wise, like when he didn't get something or somebody told him no or tried to discipline him, he would like get mad and throw things like he was trying to defend himself off because you had raised your tone at him. Like he was trying to like projectile like the meanness that has went to him, he was trying to project it elsewhere. If that makes sense. Like he was
Um,
like he was like me. Like if you told him no, or just 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 any kind of old way of just he had a lot of anger issues. Let's put it
Right,
that way.
right. And that was the youngest boy.
Like he had PSD. You know what I'm talking about? Like when you've been beaten and all that. You know,
Right.
he had symptoms of it. Now that I look back, since I've had it, I've got it. The I've got depression. I've got all kinds of different things because of certain things that's went on in my life, and certain things will trigger me, and certain things will make me totally angry and out of control easily than others.
And
So
he seemed to be showing the same signs of having that going on as well.
yes, he did. Now Josie, that's the oldest one, right? I can't remember all of them's name.
Yeah,
Josie's
yeah.
Waylon, and
Josie's the oldest one.
now Josie got everything he wanted. He was patted on the head like a good boy. Like everybody's seen in the video of them making the tape about Summer being missing from the church, how he was tucked under his daddy's wing. He went with
Right.
daddy everywhere. 9 times out of 10, Josie was gone with his daddy.
And that's and knowing this, having knowledge of this, didn't it seem odd to you that Don and Summer supposed to be going somewhere, they're just them two alone, when Josie was, like you said, the right hand of his dad?
Yeah, that kind of was suspicious on my behalf, or on that behalf, because Summer never went nowhere. She was never allowed to go nowhere. Period. I never seen her go nowhere and stay all night. They wouldn't even let me keep her. That she was always with Candace. All the whole time she was born, she was with Candace. Don never took her nowhere. Nada. Didn't even take her to the store and back with him. Nada.
Do you think that that might have been because they were afraid that she might expose, some information about what was going on?
I do believe that, yes. And I do believe that the reason that maybe they have either sold her off or got rid of her or killed her or whatever's going around at this minute. I mean, the story's changed 30 times, I think that she was going to tell, or they figured she was going to tell, or whatever. Maybe it was what her mom was doing that day with Hunter, or whatever. I really don't know, but Summer wasn't stupid. For far means Summer was not stupid at all. She was very intelligent. She was very smart. She knew capable of what was going on and what wasn't.
Did you ask your daughter where she slept the couple of nights, Tuesday and Wednesday night? Well, you dropped her off Tuesday, so Wednesday and Thursday night, did she tell you where she slept?
She slept in the basement on the bunk beds on the bottom.
Okay, so they've slept on the bunk beds. Did Summer sleep there as well?
No.
Okay. So
Summer
she,
slept in the bed between her mommy and her daddy, like she always did.
oh, okay. And your daughter was sleeping on the bunk beds over there.
Yes.
Okay. And let me see. Last time she saw Summer was around Mother's Day. She
No, I saw Summer the Tuesday evening that they came and picked her up. That was the last day I seen her, and she went missing the following Tuesday. Was the last time I seen Summer alive and well.
when you was up there cooking for them, and did they eat like they were super hungry?
They always ate like they were super hungry, like they were starved all the time.
Did you ever see Candace just giving him frozen pizzas?
Yes, a lot. And drinking gallons and gallons of chocolate milk. Nothing else but chocolate milk. They wasn't allowed when the chocolate milk was gone. They would scream for more chocolate milk. They wasn't allowed. And hundreds of off-brand soda pop. I mean, them kids. they went through some groceries in a day's time. Because when I kept them up there or whatever, watched them or helped her watch them, I've never denied my kid any food. I've never denied my kid anything to drink, whatever. I always got it for them,
Did
whether
you
I was going to get jumped on or not.
did you ever see did you ever by any chance see um Candace messing around with, I mean, we know Jose, from what Jose said, Candace, confided in him that she was the first one to, that she groomed and was the first one to sleep around with Hunter, which at that particular time was like a
No,
13-year-old boy.
she wasn't. Hunter wasn't the first boy that she slept with underage.
Oh, okay. Okay. So you do hold knowledge.
There was one more, but I'm not going to put his name out there because
Oh,
it ain't
no,
fair because
no.
he hasn't came to light.
Right. No, no, no. We don't we ain't gonna bring him into it. I know the one you're talking about, and yeah, he don't need that.
No,
Um
because his life is going pretty well, and I don't want to bring that kind of heat on him.
and let me see.
I don't want nobody to go through what I've been through since this case has started.
Oh, I can see you, Justin. I can see you. God bless. Good to see you, my brother. God bless. Um Let me see if I'm was your daughter the one Josie called his girlfriend? I
Yes,
Josie called your daughter his girlfriend?
yes.
Now, was did Don take Josie out of Tennessee because of your daughter? Is that why they hid out in Utah for a while?
No, because at that time, we wasn't even talking to them. Once Summer went missing and everything got turned on me, I took me and my daughter out of the situation and we kind of went off on our own. And I didn't talk to Summer, or I didn't talk to Summer's mama or her daddy at all.
Um, when he this was like about um 8 months before Summer, about 8 months before Summer came up missing. They
No,
were
I didn't get back into Candace and them's lives until Mother's Day weekend.
okay of 2021.
Yeah, that was the first time I
Okay.
had went to their house in like almost 2.5 years or 3.
Okay, so you were kind of out of their life forever and a day until right there before Summer came up missing. Um,
Yep.
around so you showed
Candace had texted me or called me out of the blue. No, it was my birthday. It was getting close to my birthday. And she had texted me a happy early birthday. And she said, "What are you doing?" I said, "Nothing." And she said, "Well, why don't you come over and let the kids play and hang out?" Which I went that day. That's when
okay,
CPS showed up and all that. And I ended up washing all the clothes and hanging them up and cleaning house and washing dishes and all that stuff.
and Summer's hair was already all cut off at that time.
Yeah. And I asked her why it was cut off. And she said, these kids keep lice and they bring it in from school. And it's just best to keep them short, just like the boys.
And PG, does she know the reason Don left to Utah with his son? Did
No,
Candace
I
ever
do not.
confide it? Okay, you do not know. Okay, I appreciate you answering these questions for everybody because they seem to have so many. Um, she said that she did not have anything to do with the wells in 2019, 2020, actually 2018, 19, and 20. That or she went back around Mother's Day
I
of
think she maybe
2021.
seen I think she's seen my kid maybe 1 or 2 times in 2015, maybe, and that was just us running into each other at the grocery store or whatever, or her maybe, a couple of times after that, like, over the years or whatever, we might have bumped into each other maybe 1 or 2 times within that year, but other than that, we never went down there to stay, hang out, nothing like that, except for that Mother's Day weekend at that time.
Okay. Okay. Um,
Because it's always a weird vibe up there. It was weird all the time. Like, Candace was worried about me being there sometimes because if Dawn comes in, you got to go this and that because he don't like anybody being around and blah, blah, blah. And it was always an excuse. So I just stopped going around after a while.
right.
And now I know why, because if he's done all this and he's abused these kids and done this stuff in Arkansas and wherever else, now I understand why, because they didn't want me or somebody like me to figure that out and to turn them in. Because I would have. I would
Right.
have. To protect them children, I would have.
Right. And you know what? I don't blame you. I don't blame you
Because
whatsoever.
kids are innocent. They didn't deserve this. None of them deserved this. Not even my
No,
kid deserved this. I didn't
no.
deserve I didn't deserve what I'm going through now with this case and people running my name in the mud and all that. I didn't deserve this.
Right.
And then they run my dead member's family's name in the ground and all that. I don't deserve that, man. I never did.
Right. Right. No, you didn't. No, you didn't. Like I said, you were a victim to all of this, and they made sure that you have stayed a victim
Hey,
in
PG,
all of
let
this.
me make something clear. So all of you all prayer soldiers, warriors, or whatever they
Summer's
are
Army.
for
Summer's Army.
Summer's Army, yes.
Yeah,
I'm gonna put it out here like this. This message goes straight to Don Wells. If anybody wants to tell him, I don't care. He better quit circling around where my mother lives. He better
absolutely.
leave my mother alone. He better leave me alone. And whoever's fathering me and keeping tabs on me, please come into the light. Come out wherever you are, because I can handle myself. I don't need my brothers. I don't need my sisters. I don't need anybody like that. I can handle myself. Trust me. I am a Beach Creek girl. I can handle myself. I was raised with 7 boys. I can handle myself. I'm not
Um,
scared of you all. I'm not scared of no one, period, no shape, fashion, or form.
amen.
Only man I fear is on this that's here is God himself, is the only man I ever fear.
Amen. Hey, girl.
And people say that I'm out here and I'm strung out and I got drug problems and this and that. Yes, I did have a problem with opiates for a while. Yes, I did, because I had my youngin. They stuck me 9 times in the back. They did nerve damage on my legs and my feet. Yes, I did find something for the pain. Yes, because the doctors wouldn't describe it to me. Yes, I did. But you know what? My daddy died. I sobered up. I got clean. I've been clean for a very, very long time. And I'm proud of myself. I'm very, very proud of
Hey,
myself.
girl. And you know what? We're proud of you too. We're proud of you too.
And I
And I'm
try to
going to
take
tell
one
you,
day at
you've
a
come so
time.
far. You have come so
I
far. God bless.
I do, and it's just the think of thanks from God up above. And right now, I'm having some trials and tribulations, and I do thank everybody out there that has cashed out me any money or supporting me with some money. I greatly appreciate it, because you do not know how much right now that helps me out.
Amen. Absolutely. And I'm
Because
and
I've been sleeping in a car because I have to move from place to place because I'm afraid of where I'm falling asleep at or whatever's happening. I do drive a V8 vehicle. It does suck a lot of gas. And you know what? I'm trying to keep myself safe. And I know that my youngin is safe because she's well protected where she is at. So I know that nobody's going to mess with her. But when it comes to my mom and my family, that's when you cross the line way too far and way too soon, because my kid is my bloodline and blood is thicker than water. And I will be there with bells on. And please don't ever tell anybody to go get their mama, because I'm coming, and I'm coming alone most of the time.
amen.
I don't
Amen.
need family, and I don't need the cops. I'm telling you, I will get you when you least expect it, and I will call you out right there in front of God and everybody, because I don't care. I'm to that
Absolutely.
point that I'm being pushed to where I should care, but I don't care anymore because this is getting ridiculous. People on here, out there slandering my name, slandering my daddy's name. He's dead and gone. Let him rest in peace. I
Amen.
mean, Summer, this is about Summer. People that don't know what went on up there, people that don't know what's going on with the case, and people just out here running their mouth, they need to keep it shut because it ain't about them and getting attention and throwing the blame. The focus should be on Summer Wells, period.
Absolutely. And Don and Candace need to stop. They need to stop with, putting
Dawn and
innocent people
Candace,
under a bus.
yeah.
If it wasn't for their, this is my opinion, but if it wasn't for, whatever evil shit they had that they were doing and had going on up there on that hill, they would not
Look,
have
I don't.
had they would not have had to destroy their own daughter in the fashion they did. I
Okay,
truly
let's just put it
believe
this
that.
way. I don't care whose religion or Christian or whatever you practice. I don't hold that against anybody because everybody practice. Some people practice witchcraft. Some people practice, Christianity. Some people, you know, atheists and Methodists and this and that or whatever. I don't know, but you know what? I don't think you should sacrifice any kid for nothing. I don't think you should do that
Absolutely
any
not.
type of way for nothing because that is God's angels. Them are brought here on earth for a reason. And Candace and Dawn needs to man up and tell what went on so this little girl could be resting in peace instead of everybody out here trying to figure out what happened to her, what didn't happen to her, and all this other stuff. They need to man up and tell the friggin' true story. Period. They need to
You
come
know,
clean. They need to come up front with everything that they need to come up front with. Or
and
that's even include Mr. Hill, Mr. Frank Hill, Frank, whatever they want to call
Fred,
him.
Fred.
Well, Frank is his daddy, but Fred, Fred Hill and all them, they need to man up and tell what happens because this little girl didn't do anything to deserve this.
Oh,
And
absolutely not.
that's like Ziggy. She don't need to run her mouth about me when she does nothing about me. Period. And Fred, he's yeah. Don't even get me started on Fred. But that's just my opinion because me and Fred's had a few beefs here and there. And if Fred knows, and I know that he watches your podcast, I know that he watches this YouTube channel.
Oh,
Fred, if
absolutely.
Fred Hill, if you're in this podcast or whatever and you're listening, man up. Man up. You're coming from where I come from. You know good as well that kids don't go missing down there. Man up. Tell the truth. Nobody's going to look at you any different. Maybe they'll look at you in a better light because you did tell the truth. Be called a snitch, whatever you want to be called. This little girl needs justice. And
I,
Andy B,
I,
if he knows something too, he's not even from down there originally. So you know what?
um,
Therefore, he needs to man up and tell the truth.
Amen. Amen. Australia. Yes, Marlena has a cash app. All the mods are putting it out in the chat. She does have a cash app. If you're coming in here and you would like to support this channel, please, instead of supporting the channel tonight, please, 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 give it to Marlena's cash app. She does not have a PayPal. She does have a cash app for everyone who can help, and it is much, much, much appreciated. If you can help out, God bless. God bless each and every one that's helping out tonight. Absolutely.
I just don't understand why people are trying to keep it so secret. If it's Dawn and Candace that done that, and there's people that is around down there that knows that they done it, man up, man up, man up. It's time to man up. It's been 4 years almost. It's time to man up, and it's time to give this little girl the peace that she needs. And everybody that's been in this case that's been drugged down, they need peace.
Absolutely. Oh, don't cry, girl. Don't cry. I'm going to tell you, she is Summer's Army. She is one of Summer's Army. Marlena wants Summer found. She wants Summer brought home.
That was
Marlena,
my little girl's best friend, and she
Marlena,
lost two best friends within not even months of each other. Because if most people have heard around here, that little boy that killed his grandmother and that little boy hit him with a hammer and all that. My kid went through some trials at this time. She lost her Uncle Boo. She lost her, which is Taylor, the boy that they found drowned. They found him. They found the little boy that went to school with her, Summer, her grandmother.
Her grandpa.
Her grandpa died. Lost. I lost her because of all this. I mean, my little girl has been through the mud. And you know what? My little girl still puts a smile on her face every day.
Oh, God bless. God bless. And Marlena's going through so much. She's going through so much right now, you guys. And her daughter is going through a lot as well. They have lost so many people in their lives over this, over this short period of 4 years. They have lost so many people. And Marlena wants closure for Summer. She wants her daughter, just like, we want the Wells boys to be able to go, to go to. I do not believe Summer is no longer with us. I do not believe she is any longer with us. And I do not believe this because Candace and Dom Wells and Grandis, they've all let us know. Jody Sue, she's in the chat right now. Jody Sue has let us know
There is
that
no such
Summer's not
thing
with
as
us.
cornbread mafia either. There is not a such thing as a cornbread mafia. I don't know where that got started, but there is no such thing as cornbread mafia. Now there is cartel, and I know a couple people in cartel. They wouldn't have done this. I mean, I
No.
mean, yeah, if he owed I mean, he was running and going to Knoxville and getting drugs all the time. I mean, if she is not dead, she probably wishes she was. I just like for my little girl to know that, if she is gone or no longer with us, I would like for them to know that she's got a little grave site so that my daughter can go visit like she does her papa and her mama and her Uncle Boo and this and that. It would bring my daughter a lot of peace that she could go and visit her friend.
Exactly. It'll bring her a lot of peace to know what happened to Summer, to bring her peace to know she's been found and that, she's in heaven forever and there's a place for her, to be seen and to put flowers on, as you said, and to be able to just stand there
Yeah.
and people need closure. I'm sure the Wells boys would love to be able to go to a gravesite and put flowers and tell their sister how much they love her and they care about her and they're going to see her again one day. And I'm sure that would bring a lot of peace and comfort to their hearts. And also, it would bring a lot of peace and comfort to their hearts, knowing they had nothing to do with what happened to this little girl.
And I go by that church every day on a daily basis, and I stop and I put ribbons on that tree on a daily basis. Every
um,
time that I'm down that way, I will put a ribbon on that tree as much as I can because you know what? When my daughter's not with me, she's even attended that church with Summer Wells. She's went to church with her several times. She's even went to Bible school with her. I mean, my daughter was the only girl that was close enough to be her best friend and her only friend, except for her brothers.
right, right.
And when Summer went missing and stuff, it devastated her. And then she started losing family members. That started devastating her. And I don't see how. I mean, she's tough like me. I don't hardly ever break and cry. I don't, unless I'm mad or I'm really depressed or something. Then I might break and cry every now and then. But not anybody and everybody has heard me cry, and that for me to get on here and break and cry, I really mean what I said. Fred Hill, Mary Sue, whatever her name is, and
Jody Sue.
Betty Sue, whatever. Anybody down there that was knew anything, please absolutely come forward and come clean about it. Don't matter who gets mad, who don't. Give this little girl the justice that she needs and the peace that she needs.
Um, Andy Bernard, you say it doesn't lay on you what happened to Summer Wells. I think it does. I think it does because if it wasn't laying on you, you wouldn't be out here along with Jody Sue. You guys
How do
wouldn't
you
be out
know?
here
How do you
needing to
know? Wait a
know.
minute, Miss PG. How did he know that? How did he know that that person or whoever was at the graveyard and that truck and all that? They were all together as a clan. Him,
Exactly.
Roy, him and Fred Hill and Cotton and Chad Arnold and all of them was together on the same exact fucking day. Now come on. Don't sit here and tell me that Andy doesn't know something. Andy knows something. So does his wife. So does
Yeah.
Candace. So does Dawn. So does Chad. So it's Cotton did. That's why
My
Cotton lost his wife.
amen. Amen. He did. And I'm going to tell you, Andy, listen. Listen, Andy. I'm going to tell
And
you
if
right
I ever
now.
find out that Andy gave, if I ever, and I this, he's in there listening, and I know he is,
He's
and I
in the
know he
chat.
hears
He's
me.
in the chat right now, girl. He's in the
If
chat right
I
now.
ever find out that he gave Dawn something to put my kid to sleep for Dawn to mess with him, man, you gonna have a bad day, and I'm coming for you. And I'm calling you
Amen.
out right now. I am coming for you if I ever find out that you sold Dawn any kind of medicine whatsoever to knock my kid out. And if his old lady knew that he was doing this, why didn't she come clean? For one. For two, I
Right?
know that when you're married with somebody, I know I've protected my kid's dad a lot. And I've lied and I've covered up a bunch of stuff for my kid's dad to keep him from getting him more in trouble. But when it comes to a kid, I would never do that because that kid right there was innocent. She should have opened her mouth as soon as she knew something. She should have turned his ass in and fucking put him in prison for the rest of his life for that shit.
Right?
Period. And I'm going to tell it like I see it because I do. And PG, ever since you've been talking to me, I've told you straight up and how I feel about it and how I don't feel about certain things. And I'm straightforward and about as straightforward as you ever get. But if I ever find out that Andy gave my kid something or Dawn to give my kid something to put her out so he can mess with her, I'm coming for you. I don't care. You better call the whole Beach Creek clan because remember, boy, I was raised down there. I was raised down there and I got so many in my back pocket, and you will never see me coming. The
Amen.
best thing he better do is run and hide. He better run and scared. He better tuck his tail and he better run. Because I still got some people down there. I've got people that will do anything for me because who I am and what I stand for and who my daddy was.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And you're right. You're right. I'm going to tell you, you know, as your dad, when people do little bull crap stuff, it's easy to overlook. Of course, you ain't going to, give up or talk to the law. You don't have to talk to the law if you don't want to about people's little bull crap stuff. But when people do something super sinister, as in destroying a 5-year-old little girl, an innocent 5-year-old little baby, or was sitting around, and the reason this child was destroyed.
It makes him one sick MFer in the friggin' head to even give Dawn the medication that she said that she was
Candace, not Dawn, not Dawn, Candace. It
Candace.
was given. It was given to Candace.
Well, whoever distribute that medication to whoever, that's one sick individual. You need to be put away to where you can never be out. You know what I think about child molesters and people that do that? They should be put on the front line of the friggin' army over here. When we go to war, they should be the first ones out the friggin' box to be blowed their friggin' head off because they ain't worth nothing. Somebody that's going to do that and rape innocent children and rape women, they shouldn't be even breathing. That's what I feel. That's exactly what I feel. Because them people right there is no help for because they can't, it don't matter how much medication they put them on or whatever, one slip and they're back doing the same old thing back over and over again. It's like giving a drug addict. If you let them around people that does drugs and then they see that stuff, they're going to slip back off in and do that stuff. Period. You just don't. And why didn't she come forward and tell people that? That really makes me uncomfortable because my kid was there.
Right.
And you know what? That was my youngin'. That wasn't Candace and them's youngin'. That ain't something that they could play with. They can't play with other people's children like that.
Oh, they did. But they did.
Oh, I know, but they did. And you know what? They better stay clear of me because I'm not on the right firing fuse. Let's put it that way. And if I ever cross them and know that I crossed them, and I get to thinking about that, Lord mercy, they better get ready to meet him because they better be right with him because they're going to meet him. Because that's my youngin'. You're playing with my youngin's life. You're playing with my youngin's respect, out of purity or whatever it is. It's pure, them being pure, because that's something that when you have sex with somebody, you turn into not being pure anymore. You mix your demons with theirs. So that's messing with their being pure and being an angel and being their own life. They shouldn't have to go through that whatsoever.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
No kid should be put through that, no matter what. They shouldn't be beat on. I mean, my kid is 11 years old, and the hardest spanking she's had was popped on a diaper. That's the hardest she's ever been, and that was because I was teaching her no. And then after that, she has learned that I could speak a certain tone, like, when we was all raised up. Your mama snapped her fingers at you or gave you that look. You knew better to sit down and shut up, or you was gonna get what was coming. And that's the way I taught my youngin' because that's the way my daddy taught me. I can look at my daughter a certain way or use a certain tone, and my daughter knows that's enough.
They want me to ask you, how long was it after Summer went missing? Like a couple of days, week, a month, before Donald came around and told your dad that, that about sacrificing Summer for his sins.
Within 4 days.
It was within 4 days. Oh wow. Okay. Thank you. And I'm going to play that 911 call for you, so you can hear that, Marlena, since you haven't heard it. Okay.
Okay. I had to tell her to call 911, right? She wasn't going to report her missing to begin with, right?
Right. This is the 911 call when Summer was hollering, screaming for the help. That Jose had, the whole 911 call was because Jose seen some things in the shower that he
Now,
and he
Jose is
demanded.
dead too now, right?
Yes, as soon as they figured out where he was, he ended up dead. Yes.
See, so Jose died, so did Cotton. Cotton got disposed of too.
Cotton
I mean, I
died.
don't care.
Cotton died. Jose died. Allison died. Leslie died. Um, Another lady died as well that was trying to save a little girl, trying to take it to his grandmother
So
out
there's
of
not many of us that knows the inside story that's still alive, right?
Yeah, pretty much so. Pretty much so. So you're when you say you want, you're having to move and watching yourself. Yeah, we know you do. We know you do. We understand that. Um, Listen to this 911 call. Hold on. That's the wrong one. That's the wrong one. I have to grab the other one. Okay, that was a piece of the 911 call when we was trying to figure out what exactly was being said. Did you hear Summer screaming for your mom
You
at
know,
first?
you
And
know
then she
what?
started,
They sound like they are tore plumb about their frame.
did
And
you hear?
by me meaning that is they are drunk, twisted, something, and whatever was happening there, or whatever, and she's hollering, "Help me!" Candace sounded like she was about 4 sheets to the wind.
Oh, absolutely. And Jose said that Don had Summer, he went through, Don had Summer in the shower doing some, what Jose, didn't want to go into real detail, but, some shit that he didn't think should be going on. He got Summer's tail. He told Candace, you go in there and get her, or I'm going to go get her. And he wasn't kidding. He was going to get Summer out of the shower if Candace didn't. So Candace went in and took Summer out of the shower, and Dawn flipped the hell out, and started attacking everybody and going stupid and still
Because
trying to
Dawn
go
was
at.
probably drunk. Because
He was
Dawn was
still
probably drunk.
he was still trying to go at Summer. Um, you know, I believe that if law enforcement would have taken Summer to, had CPS show up and they'd have took her to the hospital for a healthcare check, I believe Don Wells would have been in prison, if you ask me, because I think that the wrong type of DNA would have been found and he probably would be in jail right now. They took Jose. They took Jose and ran him off out of there after this. Grandma did. Grandma, actually, like she brought your little girl home, she took Jose over into another state and got rid of him after this. And Candace dropped all the charges for a brand new vehicle, to keep her mouth shut. And she got a brand new vehicle out of everything and continued to let Don shower and do whatever he wanted with her daughter, Summer Moon Utah Wells. Candace very much
Absolutely.
knew.
Absolutely.
Candace
I have to agree.
Candace very much knew what was going on up on Ben Hill Road. And Candace, was very much, um, she was very much aware of everything. And according to Jody Sue, Andy Bernard was going over there selling the stuff to Candace to sedate these little girls so that they could be touched.
And that brings us
Candace
back to the conclusion
Candace
that
was the one.
you know
Candace
what,
was the one getting
she
the
should be in
stuff
jail
for these
too.
little girls to be touched. And to my understandings, what they were using could possibly be something that didn't take much. Didn't they put it in their drink? They give them something to drink. It didn't take much, and it knocked them out. That's to my understandings.
Absolutely, I do believe that. And you know what? She should be in jail too because she knew about it and didn't say anything.
Well, in my opinion, Summer became very, very sick there at the end. Summer was very, very sick at the end of everything. Summer was becoming, you know, um, if you, you know,
She was coming
and
very bent over and very like somebody having menstrual cramps and all that. Yes, I seen
absolutely,
that.
absolutely, three great, three great forces ruled the world: stupidity, fear, and greed. And the Wells up there had them all, right? Fear of going to
Yep.
prison, stupidity, doing the evil, sick, disgusting stuff they were doing to these children, and greed. Greed, they wanted everything for themselves. didn't care about nobody else, just taking care of their self wants, everything about their self. They were selfish, self-centered, and self-seeking. Everything the Bible says is going to end up in hell. Well, it seems like they were. I'm just saying. That's my
I just want to
opinion.
know why Andy B still hangs out with Donnie Wells. I mean, that is
Andy B
suspicious
was at
too.
Donnie Wells' house eh, on the night before Don Wells went to jail. Before Donald Wells went to jail, on the very night before, Andy B was up at his house. Wonder why? Well, you can't be getting messed up the night before you go to prison because they're going to definitely test you, and that ain't no way you want to be because they'll probably give you extra time if you are. Um, you ain't going to be sticking nothing in no cavities or anything because you go and they check all your cavities now, so it wasn't for none of that. So why was he up there talking to Donnie Wells before Don goes into jail? I think it's to say, keep your fucking mouth shut, dude. They're going to question you. They're going to go over you. They're going to do everything they can to break you. You better not talk, right? I mean,
Yeah,
that's
but
my
there's a
opinion.
lot of people. There's a lot of people, Miss PJ, that drives around me that doesn't even know what I drive. And I sit a lot of different places and I see a lot of things that people don't think I see. And you know what? For them to be following me and looking after me and stuff, sometimes they completely miss me. And I don't understand how that happens.
Right?
I mean, and Dawn needs to leave my kid alone. He better not come 20 feet. Andy better not even think about going 20 feet. And Jody Sue, whatever her name is, or his old ex old lady, whatever. Yeah, she's a scarred woman. I know how it feels to be a scorned woman. I am a scorned woman at this point in time. In my life, I am a scorned woman because of all the stuff that's went on and stuff. But when it comes down to a kid, I would have told that right off the rip. Call me a snitch, call me what you want, because that little baby, that little girl had nothing to do with what he had, the way he was treating her, the way he was doing, or what he was doing. She should have opened
And
her mouth from the get go.
and them other little girls Jody Sue's talking about didn't deserve it either. None of them children deserved the abuse that they went through.
What the
Look
hell
at
is, let me
look
put it
at
this way. Why didn't she woman up? Why didn't she woman up? Is there not nothing about her woman enough? Because apparently, I don't know how long they've lived down there on that hill. Because not Candace and them, but Andy and them. I don't know how long they've lived at his parents' place. Let's put it
quite a
that way.
while. Quite a while.
Okay, well, they know, they you should know the ins and outs of that creek down there. They
Oh,
should
they
know
do.
what's right and wrong. And well, like I said, this takes me back to the beginning. There has never been no kid been mistreated or disappear from down there. So therefore, why didn't she open her mouth?
Because Jody Sue does not like kids. You know what Jody Sue has to say about children? She said, she said that she can't stand any damn kid that isn't hers. That's what she said. She also said that if she had a child that had anything wrong with it, she'd take a pillow and do the unthinkable to this child. She
Oh, so
even
she's
said
sick. She's
that
sick and twisted too, huh?
oh yeah, she said that if a child puts one foot on her land up there, that that she would own that foot. She also said that she didn't care if a kid fell over the side of the cliff and or whatever. I mean, this is the type you do you think a woman like this is going to be telling anything? I mean, you think she cares if somebody's kids are getting sedated and touched?
She needs to be put away too.
And I'll tell you another thing. She pulls up, she sees Summer coming, with nothing on whatsoever, being thrown out of the
Yeah,
shower
and
from down. And
that
she
she
doesn't
also
call
told me in a
911.
store. She also told me in a store one night that Fred Hill is the one that went against me and that she had paperwork and everything for them to take my kid.
What?
She said she had proof that Fred Hill went against me to take my youngin'. It was a plot of getting my youngin' taken away. So
Uh,
really, so wait a minute, was it really Fred Hill? Because me
no.
and Fred Hill was on good terms at one time. And
No,
was it? I mean, it wasn't Fred Hill. It was her and Andy B and Candace and Dawn sucking this
absolutely.
up and trying to get her taken away from me. And let me just congratulate you all. Y'all did it perfectly. You got her taken away. But you know what? It'll be hell or high water if I don't get her back.
Absolutely. And you will. And you will. You
And you know
will.
what? I'm going through some stuff,
But
but you know what?
right
I will
now,
make it.
right now, Marlena is doing what's best for her daughter. She's letting her daughter stay somewhere that she's protected right now, very protected right now, because of a lot of things going on. One of them is over the last few months, Dom Wells has been circling a place that they would think Marlena's daughter would be at, and it that's a big red flag. That's weird. That's weird. They've been circling up a place. I think these people like to throw a little fear. They want to throw some fear in the witnesses to keep them from talking. They want to. That was their way of trying to scare Marlena up to keep her mouth shut and not come out and tell about any of these things. That you're learning tonight about the wells and about these people surrounding the wells, about Ben Hill Road in general. Um,
I
you
just
know,
want to know if it's Andy B's place that he's renting, or is that where he's staying, or whatever down there next to my mother. Is that him and Dawn's accomplice place that nobody knows about, and there's a camper full of kids behind it and all that? I mean, who are they going in after next?
exactly, exactly, absolutely, absolutely, and that's a worry. That's a fear that we all have. Absolutely. As you can see on the screen, Summer went from this beautiful child in at church in Robin's arms. Look at mommy. Look at mommy. Look at mommy sitting over there like a Norman Rockwell painting, all slumped over. The only thing missing is the mother freaking bottle, at her feet. Right. The only thing missing is the freaking R&R bottle at the bottom of her feet, right there. But look at her, all slumped over, like a sloth she is, in a church house. You don't go to church to sleep. If you want to sleep,
No,
stay
ma'am.
home. Don't take your ass into a church and lay around like some Norman Rockwell painting on the end of the bench. Um, that's disrespectful to God and everyone else inside the church house at that particular time.
I was taught you don't go to church and you don't act like that, for one. For two, you don't go in there wearing a pair of jeans and a hoodie and all that. You better be dressed presentable. And you don't
Absolutely.
snore, you don't go to sleep, you go to church, you go there to praise God, and that's what you better be doing, because my mom and
Amen.
dad would have smacked us in the back of the head.
Ain't that the truth? And looky here, look at this what they done to this beautiful child. Look at her right here's that beautiful child. There she is. There she is. No hair whatsoever in the arms of Robin again. Right? She's in the arms of Robin again. I mean, you could tell she was not okay with what they did to her. She was not
So
okay with
whatever
what they
happened to
did.
Robin? Because I ain't heard no more about her.
Robin, Robin's starting to speak up a little bit too. She's starting to speak up a little bit as well, and in different ways. She's putting it out here on the wells also. So thank God for that as well. Right here, as you can see in this picture right here, on little Summer is with her little friend. I covered the little girl's face because I'm not showing no little children out here, but I covered the other little girl's face there. Um, but she's with her little friend. Her little friend, you can tell, is damn near
Hey,
holding this
PG,
child up. Yes,
PG, I'm going to tell everybody that little girl in that picture is my little girl.
absolutely, absolutely.
That is my little girl in that picture.
And this picture was taken um a few days before Summer went missing. This
That was
picture
took
was
a Sunday
taken.
morning to go to church. That Sunday morning.
It was taken Sunday morning to go to church.
Yep, they were on their way to church.
And here's Jody Sue. Here's Jody Sue. Good old Jody Sue. What's the matter, Jody Sue, with your eyes, all teared up right there? You feeling a little bad? You feeling a little bad about everything you know and everything you didn't do to save Summer? Was you feeling a little bad? Do you really do have a conscience there, Jody Sue? Because I think you do. You try to act all tough as hell, but I think you right there shows you got some conscience. Right here, that picture, Jody Sue shows you got some conscience.
I want
You
to know
know,
how they sleep with themselves at night knowing this.
and she
Because
don't
I wouldn't
sleep.
be able to
Sometimes she
sleep a
does.
wink.
Hey man, sometimes she does 80-hour lives. I hear. I don't even know. I don't think she does sleep. As you can see here, Summer was very sick. Every one of these pictures was taken just days before she disappeared. She disappeared on
The water
Tuesday.
slide, the water slide was taken that third. No, that that picture with the water slide and all that, that was taken um the Thursday Thursday afternoon, Thursday day of the week prior to her missing.
Right. Exactly. And you can see her brother's having to help her up. She's on the ground, can't hardly get up. Summer was very sick. You could even tell here that she was at church. And look at her. She can barely stand. Her little friend is standing beside her, which is Marlena's daughter, standing beside her, keeping an eye on her because Summer was needing help. Summer was needing help to get around, and this little girl knew it. This
My
little
little
girl
girl was
knew.
also in those pictures of the water slide too.
I took her out. I took her out because I don't show. There was also
Thank you for
another.
that. But I will tell all of Summer's Army that was my little girl in that picture.
There was also another little girl up on the hill that was in those pictures as well. So when Jody Sue said, other to touch other little girls as well, it shows that these people were getting other little girls up there. God only knows what they were doing with them. Um, why did they need to take the video? Why did they need to take the video
Well, I'm
after?
just going to say that Jody Sue better stay away from me. If she sees me on the street, she better go the other way because she knew about it and she didn't say anything.
No, she didn't. No, she didn't. And she done nothing to protect. She could have protected Summer. She didn't, and she definitely could have protected your children and other people's children, but she didn't because you know why? Andy was selling that stuff. He was selling that stuff, and they were making the money, and that's all they cared about. That's all they cared about. And there's probably special places in hell for people that don't, that only care about their own self gain. More than likely, good old place in hell for all those people as
Well,
well.
I will just inform you. I'm a Taurus, the bull, and they are known when they're like they'll let you slip and they'll give you enough rope to hang yourself with, and they have hung themselves with me. So I open up 7 gates of hell when I get mad. So tell them to pick one.
Man, I get along with Taurus the Bull. I get along with Taurus the Bull like freaking like
You
ketchup
must
gets
be a
along with
Cancer.
French fries. I'm telling
You
you, I
must.
get along with Taurus the Bulls real good.
Which one
I
are
don't know
you? Are you
why,
a
but I've always got
Sagittarius?
to. I
Are you
have
a
always.
Sagittarius or
I can't,
are you a Cancer?
girl. I can't say what I am because because I can't give myself out here. But they everybody says my birthday is on Halloween. All right,
So
so
you're a Libra.
I
No.
no girl, I go along with it. I go along with it. My birthday ain't Halloween. They just say it is.
Well, see, Taurus gets along with a Libra, a Sagittarius. When Sagittarius and a Taurus gets together, we're always double trouble. I get along. I get along with a Cancer, and I get along with an Aries, and Aquarius.
Amen. I get
Now a
along with
Gemini, me and them will butt heads faster than anything. Sometimes me and Aries does. It just depends on what the
uh
situation is.
Gemini's, man. The Gemini's, the twins. You don't know
Yeah, the
you don't
twins,
know
they're two
who
faced.
You don't know you don't know which person you're going to be seeing when you show up. Right?
Which, if you're on, there's people on my Facebook, they know what I am. I am Taurus the bull. I am stubborn. I am determined. I don't let things slide that easy. You might think I have, but I don't. Yeah, I'm a bull. I am born on Mother's Day,
Uh,
In leap year.
and I was born on leap year. Every
amen.
every family's got that black sheep. I'm that black sheep.
Hi, girl. I want to tell you, so was I. So was I. I know it, that black sheep, man. That black sheep catches all
All
the
black,
hell there is to
all
catch.
black sheep, all black sheep flock together.
They catch all the freaking hell. Right?
We
If
do.
there's any hell coming down the pike, man, you get it.
And I'm the youngest out of four. So I had to get tough or die. But I think everybody, I mean, if anybody else has got any more questions, feel free. I don't care to tell anything you want me to tell. I mean, anybody that wants to
Um,
ask anything, they can.
and hold on one second, Marlena. And Dawn, don't twist it. Marlena did not say that she knew all the terrible shit going on at the Wells house. No, she didn't know all the terrible stuff. She didn't know all the terror. She knew they weren't the best people in the world, you know, but she didn't. I mean, who suspects someone doing, who suspects people of doing evil stuff, as in, you know, sedating little children in order to touch them? Nobody suspects that. She did not suspect that kind of stuff. You
No, I
know,
did not.
she
Don't get that
suspected that
twisted.
she suspected that Don and Candace ain't the greatest people in the world, but they were supposed to, they asked her, to let her little girl hang with Summer, and to that they was going to be doing a bunch of family activities, going to water parks and doing all kinds of things over the next few days. And could her little girl join Summer in doing all of this stuff? And Marlena was kind enough to say yes. If she knew or even heard that they were over there doing that kind of stuff, she would have not ever brought her kid near them. Matter of fact, she'd have been calling Child Protective Services, and trying to get Summer the help she probably needed. Marlena had no idea that this kind of stuff was going on. Matter of fact, she's concerned.
Remember, Miss PG, I told them that I had stepped out of their life for a very long time over the kid, the boy,
Right.
that where it didn't
Well,
happen. So I stepped out of that. I had my own youngin. And then after that, I stayed to myself. My youngin stayed with me. That was one of the reasons my kid stayed with me, because I didn't trust everybody handling my kid or taking
Mar-
care of my kid.
Marlena did not get a real good look at Summer. They came and picked Marlena's daughter up at Marlena's house. She did not get, it wasn't like, she didn't go up on Ben Hill Road and drop her daughter off and get a good look at, Summer, and how Summer was looking really bad. She
The only
did,
reason that she went that week is because my car was broke down at the time, and I couldn't get nowhere to take her for her fun vacation. So they offered for her to be in Summer's friend, for her to go and do the water parks and this and that and
right.
whatever. And Journey wanted to go, so yeah, I let her go because I figured it would be okay, because I didn't ever see them drug them. I never seen them do the things that has been told here. If I'd have knew that stuff, there would be no way in hell I would let my kid went there.
Oh,
None.
absolutely not. Absolutely not. And I
I wouldn't
believe
have
you.
even been going there. Period.
Absolutely. And Marlena, yes. When they came to pick up Marlena's daughter, yes, Marlena thought Summer wasn't looking so well. She did think the Summer did not look well. But she didn't know the severity of it. She didn't know, she knew that, Summer was awful thin, not looking too good. But, she didn't know what was going on. She had no idea what was going on.
She
You
never
know, so,
got out of the vehicle to when they came to pick up my youngin. The kids never got out of the vehicle whatsoever. She pulled up in my driveway. I had her bags packed. My youngin got in the car with them and they left. I didn't have no clue what was going on. I had none of that. I didn't know that she had all this stuff had been happening. If
right.
I, like I said, therefore, again, let's not turn this into what Marlena didn't do or what she thought was wrong. If I thought it was wrong, I wouldn't have never let it happen. Let's put
Um,
it that way. If I knew something was going on, I would have never let my daughter go. For one, for
has
two, if
has
I'd have knew something, somebody would have been in there to take care of Summer before anything would have ever happened to her.
absolutely, absolutely. If you
Because
could have said
I don't like people messing with kids and people were out here raping youngins and raping. I mean, even women. I don't like that stuff. I was not raised that way, and where I came from, they didn't do that sort of thing.
right,
So if I would
right,
have knew that stuff, yes, I'll tell everybody right now on this channel or whatever we're doing. I will tell everybody right now. I would have snitched. I would have told the police what was going on. I would have also told CPS. I would have had them youngins some help in there if I'd have knew what was going on. They'd both be sitting and rotting in prison right now, or all four of them, or all five of them, or all six of them, whatever, how many was in this clan that helped make her disappear. They would be in prison right now. We wouldn't be sitting here having this conversation.
absolutely, absolutely.
So
Um,
don't get anything twisted. Don't get think that that's what happens. People start to ramble off in the brain and try to spin and twist everything when it ain't about. If I would have sit here and told Miss PG, yeah, Miss PG, I knew about that. No, I would have been honest with that. I would have been straightforward. No, I did not know anything that was going on up there. I hadn't been in their life for a good minute. And I thought everything was a-okay. Yeah, Don always raised hell and got drunk when he come in. And if I was there, I would load up my youngin and we would leave because I didn't want my youngin to see that. My youngin had already been through enough at that point. And you
right,
think that I would just let my youngin go up there after everything that happened, her losing her friend and her uncle and this and that? You think I'd let my kid go up there and be raped and drugged and all that? There is no way in Sam hell I would let that happen if it was
absolutely,
in my knowledge.
absolutely. And I totally and utterly, I have spent time. I've spent a lot of time behind the scenes talking with Marlena. I've even talked with her brother. I've talked with these people, and I'm telling you now, I'm pretty good. You guys know. You guys know that on this channel we call it like we see it. Is we search for the truth, nothing but the truth, because the truth is the only thing going to bring Summer home. We've said that from day one, and we stuck to it. And I have talked to Marlena behind the scenes, and I'm going to tell you now, I do not think Marlena had anything whatsoever to do with Summer Moon Utah Wells coming up missing at all. I think Marlena was, caught in the crossfires of some really super evil people who was plotting and ploiting against her before Summer even went missing. I think that she was, they were looking and even considering trying to take advantage of her daughter. I truly believe that. I also believe that, Marlena was the one that contacted law enforcement and let law enforcement know that some are supposed to be missing, around the 4:30 mark. And that was way too early, for her to be missing, because Candace didn't even call law enforcement until 6:30, her and Dom Wells. Marlena has been on Summer's side from day one. She has not came out. She could have started a channel. She could have started a channel just like Jody Sue. She could have been out here. She could have been, running a channel and everything, but she didn't. She wasn't doing none of that. She was behind the scenes trying to help Summer as much as she possibly could. And, in the meantime, as she said, Don and Candace was putting her through 10 different types of hell. and keeping her busy. So she really couldn't be out here, telling much of anything because she was too busy taking care of her life behind the scenes and cleaning up all the shit that they was giving her behind the scenes to keep her busy. So she couldn't come out and and give a whole lot to the people out here as she's doing now. And why is she out here now? She's out here now because she's fed up with all the bullshit. She's fed up. Marlena is fed up with people stalking her and coming around, and she just wants to put the message out. I know what you're doing. I'm fully hip to what's going on, and I am watching for you mother effers. Please don't be messing with me and mine. You know, I don't know why that you got to act and be as evil as you are. It's sad that you are evil, but I will not tolerate it. And I'm not going to hide my head somewhere like a coward. I'm going to come out here and I'm going to let you know. That's what she's doing out here. Just saying.
That is why I'm out here. I am tired and sick and tired of them playing. Let's play peekaboo and go in and out the shadows and all that. It's time to face up. It's time to face the music. Let's face it. Yeah, I've had to clean up a lot of friggin' crap that they threw at me. I've had to do a lot. I've had to defend my dad's name. I had to defend mine. I've had to sit still and not have a job and not be able to work because of this case, because they won't even friggin' hire me at certain places or any places really, because I'm part of the Wales case. And nobody
Um,
trusts me because nobody knows anything about me. Just everybody that's shit on my
oh,
name. That's all
well,
they know.
I'm going to tell you something. There's a lot of turd pop suckers in this world. A lot of turd pop suckers in this world that they're on the evil side. Whether they know it or they don't. I don't know. I'm not. I don't try to live other people's lives. I'm too damn busy living my own. But there's a lot of turd pop suckers in this world that they want to stand up with the whales and kiss the backside of the whales, and they want to and some people and and some people maybe they're not turd pop suckers, but they when they get up every day, they look in the mirror, they hate who the fuck they are, they hate themselves, so they have to come out here and hate on everybody else too. I mean, they're looking for somebody to give the shit to because they can't stand to look at their own faces in the mirror. You got so many people ate up with hatred and envy and all of these and greed and all of these ugly, disgusting things that they need to, get rid of. They need to find Jesus and get it ran away from them. But they ain't that smart, right? They ain't that smart. They don't know how to be happy with themselves. They don't know how to count their own blessings because they're too busy counting someone else's and being fucking envious of it. You know, um, and when they're looking in that mirror, they ain't got enough brains to understand you're only going to fucking get back what you put out. What I'm saying, if you don't bath and comb your hair and take care of your damn self, then you're going to look like shit and you're not going to be happy with yourself. But don't blame nobody for that but your own self. Do the best you can, clean it up, and then you'll be happy with it. And when you're happy with you, you can be happy with other people. But you got a lot of these people out here, they're just so damn dissatisfied with themselves. And they always have to go out and be mean to and hate on anyone trying to do what's righteous for a 5-year-old missing child by bringing out what they know and what they see and the information needed, that's greatly needed to help this child be found, brought home, and justice served. They say they're out here in a true crime community because they're advocates for missing children, but I'm going to tell you, a lot of them ain't. I mean, these kids do. Like, there is a Sebastian's army, there is a Summers army. If you ask me, there is a missing child's army. There is people that truly care about these missing children, people who go that extra 20 miles for these missing children. There is a lot of good souls out here for these missing children, but there is also a whole lot of faking ass fucks that just want to be out here to make other people's lives miserable. They don't care about these kids at all. I don't understand what they're doing here whatsoever. But the devil goes to church, right? The devil goes to church. and stirs up a bunch of crap, until he gets ran off by the Lord. And that's the way, this community is. And when you come out here, there's a lot of good people and loving, kind people, that's truly, as I said, for these missing kids. But you also have a whole bunch of these people, that you have to put on your suit of armor, your steel toe boots, and literally,
Lace them bitches up because the shit's gonna get
you
deep.
know, use that boot to give them a real swift kick. A lot of times I put them into PG hell because they're nothing but a problem. They're nothing but a problem, and
PG, you're the only person I know that's got a channel that really wants to see justice for Summer.
hey, girl,
That I mean,
absolutely.
I have watched every one. I've watched them all dog me, all that. I've not once got onto your page and heard you dog me or talk bad about me or anything like that about me and whatsoever. And I appreciate that.
Hey, girl, I don't speak of no one that I have not had an opportunity to, to observe and research and do everything that I needed to do upon. I do not do that. I mean, if I talk about someone, I have damn good reason. I always show receipts to what I'm saying because, like I said at the beginning of summer, we made this channel. Summer's channel here. At the very beginning, I told everyone. I said, "Look, I need the truth. I want the truth. God is the truth. And the truth is the only thing that's going to bring this baby home. That's it. No child is going to be found. We are not going to get any answers until we find the truth. I mean, and you have to sift through a hell of a lot of lies to get to that truth, which this channel
Yes, you
has
do.
done. We have sifted through a ton of lies. We have put up with a lot of bullshit, and we have worked very hard to get where we are right now with Summer's case. And I'm going to tell you, Summer's got one hell of an army over here that works. We work day and night for this little girl, and we show receipts on everything. And anything we're saying, trust me, we have reason to say it, and 99.9% of it is truth.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Everything.
Yeah.
I mean, we do have.
You've been the only channel I know that has told the exact truth about everything that needs to be told. You have. You've told
Marlena,
everything you
Marlena
have
cannot,
told.
Marlena cannot answer why Candace waited till 6:30 to call law enforcement. Marlena only knows, you know, Candace called Marlena around the time she met up with Chad Arnold. It sounds like Candace met up with Chad Arnold, and then she called, obviously, Marlena, talking to Marlena about, I was making some food, and Summer ends up disappearing. Well,
Look, I'm not offending Chad Arnold in any kind of way or any kind of not way or whatever. That man has been into my life ever since I've been young. Let's put it that way. He's known me ever since I've been a good 4 or 5 years old. And if he has anything to do with any of this, he deserves to go to jail too. And that's just the way I feel about it.
absolutely, absolutely. Um, like I, like I have told everyone, we are not looking to put people in prison. I hope Summer gets justice. I hope she does. We're 4 years down the road, and 4 years down the road, it would what we're seeking here is to find her. We're seeking for someone to please just let her be found. Let her be laid to rest properly. Let people have closure. At this point, all DNA is going to be destroyed. The only thing they're really going to be able to do is just, identify as her. and be able to put her to rest righteously. And nobody seek justice belongs to God. Vengeance is mine, saith the Lord. God will get justice. I mean, we
What
don't
you don't
have to worry
what
about
don't you pay
justice.
what you don't pay for out here, you will pay for when you get to them pearly gates.
Absolutely. And we're not looking for justice out here. We're looking for this baby to be put to rest. We're looking for this, for her brothers and for like your daughter and you and all of the other people who love this little girl, care about her. We're looking for everyone to get closure in all of this so people can move on. They can move on from this and know this summer's okay. She's up there, she's in the arms of an angel. She's happy, no more pain, no more misery, no more hurt, no more fear, no more any of this. No more abuse, no more neglect, no more screaming, somebody, anybody help me. No more of that. She's somewhere, that she's way better off, but we want her to be put to rest properly so that everyone else can get closure from all of this and she can get, peace as well. She can get peace. She can finally know that her brothers know where she is. She can finally know that people's gotten closure. She can finally know, and rest herself properly. And hopefully, one of these scum buckets that know something will call in a tip or do something to allow this little girl to be found. Now, as to my understanding, they've already got a real good tip, and there's a possibility that there's a grave site going to be exhumed pretty soon to, to see if the child possibly has been put in there. And maybe she has been. Maybe she has been. And hopefully she was. Hopefully she was and she's found. And we can all, as I say, get the closure we're looking for and we can all move away from this. And hopefully no other children come up missing. No other kids come up missing, that we won't be having to do this again. Right?
Miss PG, that's right. Miss PG, let me just tell it this. Anybody that had anything to do with that day, come forward. Do that. Come forward. Be the bigger person and come forward. If you know something, whether it's Fred Hill, whether it's Andy B, whether it's Jody Sue, or whatever, quit running and hiding and come forward and let this little girl be at peace and let her be what we all have closure. We all can move on with our lives. Let's put it all in the past and let's move on with our lives, because I know that everybody's got their own things going. Everybody's got their own problems. Everybody's got their own battles that they have to deal with on a daily basis. This is just something else to carry with you, because you're wondering, well, when is she ever going to be found? If she is, when is she? Whatever. I mean, just come forward. That's even plain. I mean, anybody that knows anything, don't be scared to not stand up and say what they need to say and tell the police what they need to know, so this little girl can be found and rest and be at peace. That's what
Amen.
I'm saying. That's all I want. I mean, my little girl needs it as just as much as everybody else. I need it. My family needs it. You know, everybody that's took the time of trying to find her and, you know, putting the story together and trying to really figure out what happened, come forward. Anybody out there that's got anything that they can, just a simple little thing. It don't matter if you don't think it's worth even coming forward for, tell it anyway.
Amen. Because the smallest thing could be the answers that finds her. The smallest thing can help. That's true. That's true. And yes, and disrespect in this chat tonight will not be tolerated. That is the truth. It will not be tolerated. Any way, form, or how. You know, this particular guest on this panel up here tonight is here to help Summer Moon Utah Wells. She is helping us to get information we did not have before, information that could very much help find Summer, bring her home, and get some justice. So, please be respectful. When you come into a chat and you're all disrespectful, you're not helping Summer at all. Let me put that out there. When you go into a chat that's talking about a missing child and you're being disrespectful, you're not being disrespectful to Marlena. You're not being disrespectful to PG. You're being disrespectful to Summer Moon Utah Wells. You are being disrespectful to that child that you act like you give a damn so much for, and that you want found and brought home and justice upon. You are disrespecting the child, and you are hindering this child from getting information that it could have to help solve his case. So please stop it. Just stop it.
That's one of their little spy things that they send in to see what was told so they can run it, twist it, and flop it and all that. That's disrespect when it's nothing but the truth. And I speak it straight from the truth, and I speak it straight, and I have from day one.
Right.
My story would not have changed from the time I told you, PG. My story has not changed whatsoever, and it won't change from the police, and it won't change from this day on. I know where my kid was. I know what happened. I know what didn't happen. So therefore, if they want to take it and twist it and run with it, please feel free to run my name in some more. There's that kisser, that sick shit sucker, you call them, because all they want to do is act like they're in for this kid, and they're not here for nothing.
That's the truth.
But I'm going to tell it like it is, and I have since day one. So, like I said, don't like me? Cool. Exit yourself out.
Hey, I'm going to tell you what, Marlena. I think Summer's
I'm
Army.
not here
I
for
think,
I'm not here for the money. I'm not here for me. I'm not here for Candace, Dawn, Andy B, Fred, all that. I'm here because my little girl deserves to know what happened to her best friend, and that little girl deserves peace. So does my little girl has a little bit of ease, so that knows that she's at peace, and she's found, and she's resting in heaven, or whatever it might be. It might give her just some little bit of a comfort. And these
and
shit suckers out here that wants to talk and run their mouth about shit that ain't true needs to, if you don't know anything about what I've been through or anything that my youngins been through or whatever, please shut your damn mouth.
absolutely, because you both have been through hell. You have
And if
been
you don't
through
know me,
total.
please don't if you don't know me, please don't be coming and talking out the side of your neck and running your mouth sideways.
And
Because
another thing,
therefore you don't have you're not making yourself look good. You're just making yourself look stupid.
Marlena, is also another thing she's out here for, even more so right now, is to send a message to these people who are keeping track of where she's at every second. People who are, you know, deciding to stalk the area that they believe that, her child may be in, and so forth and so on. She is out here to send a message to protect her family also, as she's talking and helping Summer tonight. So please be understanding. Be understanding.
I'm out
And
here to
yes,
protect I'm out here to give my dad. Well, what really pisses me off is the people that are dead. They're gone. Let them rest. That's including my cousin Boo. That's including my father. That's including anybody in anything, any situation that my kid has had in contact with, that has loved the most. That's even including Summer. That, let them, we trying to find Summer, yes. But when's the ones that's dead, please, please let them rest. Please. Don't be putting my daddy's name in your mouth, because that's going to get you hurt faster than shit on stank. Don't be out here talking about me because you don't know anything about me. You might be keeping tabs on me or whatever I'm doing. But please, if you don't know anything about me, please don't run your mouth, because that's disrespectful. You wouldn't want me to go talking a bunch of shit to somebody about you. And that, I mean, I don't know who disrespect me in your life, but you know what? That's okay. I don't care. Disrespect me, because, baby, you can't do no more to me than has already been done. And you know what? Yeah, Miss PG's right. Yeah, I'm calling out everybody that's got something against me. I'm protecting what is mine, what is going to be mine, what is mine. And that means if I have to fight tooth and nail, that is mine. That's my bloodline. That's my brother. That's my sister. Yes, I got a brother that I don't hardly ever talk to, but you know what? When it come down to him, I would protect him too. I would
Um,
say something to somebody about running their name in the ground. This is bull. This is bull crap because people wants to take everything and twist it, and it shouldn't be twisted.
I'm going to tell you something right now. I see some people in the chat saying, "Oh, Marlena is not being." I know. I do my research. Trust and believe. I'm a brilliant, brilliant little bitch. I am absolutely fucking brilliant at what I
Brilliant myth,
do.
bitch.
And I'm going to tell you something now. I do my homework and I do my research, and my people here, all of Summer's Army, my family that's over here on Summer's channel every single night and have been from day one. I'm not talking about all the extras in here tonight for I don't know what reason, but I'm talking about Summer's real army that's here every night and has been from day one.
I have been there since
All
day
of them,
one, ever since you
all
started
of
your
them
channel
know.
too. They just don't know it.
Every last one of them know that PG does my homework. They know I'm a brilliant little bitch and that I do everything right and I do it truthfully. Every last one knows that PG fears God, not humans, but God Almighty. And they know that I don't worry about what people think. I worry about what God thinks. And I've always done righteous by this channel. No one can say I haven't. And I work diligently for this little girl. And I'm going to tell you something. I did my homework. And I know for a fact that Marlena has been being stalked. So please don't say she hasn't. Because I know that firsthand, baby, because I have did the homework on it. So don't be saying she ain't, because she has.
That's all them extra shit
And
suckers that come into your
she
lives
has
and not
every
that just
reason.
want to run their mouth.
She has every reason to be worried about her mother and about her daughter right now. Every reason to be worried. And she has every reason to be on guard right now. So, you guys don't know, but PG does. And so does Marlena.
You know what, PG's come to think about it? There was somebody that was stalking me last night. They were in the woods behind me, and I got out of the car and asked them what they wanted, and nobody would never show themselves.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm going to tell you what, after what happened in that cemetery, after what happened firsthand up in that cemetery, I mean, they came right in, sat there for over 20 minutes, stalking the hell out of my friend while he was out there looking for this, for this grave site that they actually had freaking covered over. They went up there and they literally camouflaged this grave site so it couldn't be found, or thought it couldn't. I mean, it was actually God that allowed that gravesite to be found. If that sun wouldn't have came up
Yes,
and
ma'am.
shined down on that piece of rock, and if my friend wouldn't have been curious about what that piece of rock was, that grave would not have been found that day. Now I'm
Yes,
going to
ma'am.
tell you something. They went to all the trouble to go over there and camouflage and hide this man's grave that Andy Bernard said he believed Summer was in. They went over there and hid it so it couldn't be found, or at least they thought it couldn't, and it wouldn't. And then
Andy Bernard,
they
Andy
come in
Bernard
there,
knows where
pull up behind the
she is.
vehicle, and stalk the shit out of my friend looking up in there. I mean, come on, you guys. These people, nobody went up there and took no kid in that area. Nobody went there and took no child in that area. And I'm going to tell you why. Because these motherfuckers are watching all the time. They're watching all the time. If you fart, they would smell it.
That's
Trust
right.
me.
You're absolutely right. And for Mr. Andy B to be telling you that she was in that grave, he probably helped her be put in that grave. That's the way I think. How did he know she was there?
Well,
He was there.
he did text Candace. He did text Candace, it's done. And when he texts Candace, it's done, on the same truck that happened to be stalking people at the cemetery, the same truck happened to be over on Ben Hill Road meeting up with Candace.
What
So,
what
you
kind of
tell
truck
me.
was that, Miss PG?
It was a big on two-toned, dark blue at the top, a different color, a lighter color at the bottom. It was a
Like a gray?
two-tone, yeah, like a grayish blue.
That
And
would be Chad Arnold's.
oh yeah, and it was a big truck, like an extended truck.
Like an
Um,
F-150.
it was,
F-150 two
you know
extended cab like
what?
an F-250, F-150.
It was all going down so fast. It was all going down so fast, to be honest with you. That's the thing. I don't know the model. I just know what the truck looked like.
No, but if it was two-toned and it was dark on top and light on bottom, was it loud?
Um,
Kind of loud, like it had pipes on it or glass packs or something like you would hear, like coming a mile away?
um, you know what? I don't. You could hear it. Yes, you could hear it.
Okay, so it's
Oh, you
got
could
glass
hear it.
pipes on it. So that means that was probably AKA Chad Arnold.
And I believe it was. I personally believe that's exactly who it was.
Because
Was
he's the only one that
truck.
drives the newer Ford F-150 or an F-250 and extended cab and it's two-tone. And it's
Well,
kind of loud.
you got to remember the situation. We saw them first. We saw them first. And and like I asked Andy B, did you see me? No, he didn't see me. He didn't see me because we saw them first. My friend got out. My friend went up there walking all over the place. This big ass truck is sitting right behind the vehicle, freaking just sitting there and sitting there and sitting there and sitting. It wasn't leaving. It didn't go nowhere until the grave was completely cleaned off and the pictures were getting took, and that's when it.
The dude that wasn't driving it wasn't wearing a hoodie and a pair of sunglasses, would he?
Yes, he was. He was wearing a black. Yeah, he was wearing a big hoodie, a dark hoodie. I don't. Yeah, I can't say it was black, but it was dark, and he was wearing a pair of sunglasses. Yes, he was.
Sounds like Chad Arnold.
That's exactly what he was wearing. He
So
sure was.
why don't Andy B come up with the
And
option of who he
and who
called?
and whoever it was contacted Andy B. Contacted Andy and let Andy know that we were there.
Well, the only person I know that drives a truck like that would be Chad Arnold. And
Right.
remember, I traveled that place. I traveled that place multiple days a week, and that would be the truck that stuck out to me because, therefore, he's the only one that's got a two-tone colored truck.
The only thing I was doing was trying to keep my identity private. Right? That's
Right?
that's what I was doing because I know these motherfuckers are gonna be taking pictures. I know they're gonna be taking pictures, right? They ain't following you. They ain't pulling up behind you. They ain't stalking your ass for freaking 15 to 20 minutes without trying to get some pictures. I knew exactly what the hell.
I get followed
You know,
about 2 or 3 times a week.
and as soon as that damn truck was spotted coming, I'm going to tell you, I knew right then and there. I knew right then and there what they were up to. You know,
Apparently,
I'm,
I get followed on a daily basis.
I'm going to tell you something, girl. You got that right. You got that right. There is people making your business their business.
Mm-hmm.
Trust and believe that.
I mean, I was sitting somewhere last night, and I know that these people got out of they got dropped off down the road from where I was and ended up in the Woodline area with flashlights and didn't think I seen them, but I still seen them and still called them out on it, and they still didn't come out of the shadows.
Hey, I'm going to tell you, girl. Um, they don't want. I mean, they ain't very smart at all. For one, they don't even know what they're following behind. Right? They don't know what they're following behind. This is a missing child's case. You know, I think you'd be smarter than to be following an unmarked car into a freaking cemetery to begin with. Right? I mean, how fucking stupid are you?
Well, but see, here's what it is, though. You're an unmarked car that's going down through there, and they know that you're strange, that you don't belong down there. So they're going to follow you and they're going to figure out what your business is and why you're down there. But now, me, most of them people down in them hollers and all that, they know who I am. They know who I am because of my dad and this and that, and blah blah blah. They don't dare pull up on me sitting at some cemetery because I will get out and ask them what the fuck they want. And I'm that type of girl because I've always been like that. My daddy's never taught me to. I don't run, I don't back down, and I don't give that easy.
Right?
You're gonna have to blow my brains out for me to back
Well,
down, and you better
my
hope when you shoot
friend,
me, you kill me.
my friend was actually looking on his phone because he done look like over all of these, like he didn't look once, he looked twice over these, stones and everything to see, looking for this particular person. And there's not like a ton of people up in there buried. It's like a limited amount of humans that's buried. um uh
Oh,
Andy said, hold on. Andy said uh, that he knows that you're staying at Booger King.
I ain't staying at Burger King.
He said something about you being at a Booger King.
Yeah, I used to sit at the Burger King. Tell him when he sees me sitting there, please stop and say something to me.
So I told you you're being
See how
stalked.
fast see how fast he gets his jaw smacked.
You're being stalked, girl. That right there proves it. Andy is letting Marlena. Andy's in my chat. Letting Marlena know that I know where you're at. I know where you're at. And he mentions a place she goes to. He mentions it up. He says, I don't even know her. But then
why don't you take a picture of him and show his face?
in the same breath, he says, oh, she's at the Booger King. Right?
Take a
I
picture of him
know
and
where to
show his
find
face.
her. I'm
Miss
telling you.
PG, Miss PG, just tell him the next time he sees me sitting there, please stop and show his face.
Go ahead. His ass is in the chat, girl. Say whatever you please to him right now. Because it's
Mr.
okay
Andy
with
B.
me.
Mr. Andy B, the next time you see me sitting at the Booger King, show your face. Show your goddamn face one time. One time. And
Yeah,
I
Andy.
promise you, you will tuck your fucking tail and run because you know what? You ain't never met a Beach Creek bitch quite like me. I will
Amen.
fuck you up right there in public, in front of everybody. I don't fucking care, you sick motherfucking bastard. Come get you some. Any day you feel furry, come get you some.
Yeah, anytime you feel furry, right? I heard that thing
Anytime
you
you
got.
feel froggy, don't miss. Make sure you jump.
I heard that
Jump.
thing.
There's the
I
only
heard.
thing between us is air and opportunity. So, baby, please jump because I'm going to give you something to jump at. I'm not Jody Sue. I'm not Donald Wells. I'm not Candace Wells. Please jump.
Hey, I heard that furry thing he's got on his face came from. It was hanging down in Jody Sue's basement. Right? That's what I heard, Andy. I heard that furry.
He probably killed a possum and got it off of it on the dead on the with the possum dead on the side of the road.
Hey, girl, I heard that furry shit on his face right now was hanging in Jody Sue's basement.
I heard it come from a roadkill on the side of the road.
It could be roadkill. I don't know. Look like it.
Hey, how would he know hey, Miss PG, how would he know if I was sitting at the Burger King if he wasn't there meeting Mr. Donald Wells, right?
Oh, yeah. And you know what? You're right, because he said that he saw Don Wells at the Burger King too.
What a
There
lot of
you
people don't
go.
know, what a lot of people don't know, I've been in your chat for a long, long time, and I'm just under a different name, and I've been watching the comments and what people say and what people do. So therefore, I've been watching more than people think that I've been watching.
Yeah. I'm gonna tell you. I'm gonna tell you now. You know, I've been behind the scenes. I've been talking to Marlena. I've been talking with, some. I've been blessed enough to, speak with her brother and so forth and so on. I'm gonna tell you, her brother ain't nothing to be reckoned with, Angie. I'm gonna let you know, right. I'm a good character on people. You don't want to fuck with her brother. You do not want. You don't want. You don't want. You don't want no piece of that boy. Absolutely not.
I'm not going to have to worry about my brother. He better be worried about me.
Andy, man, I'm gonna tell you right now, I'm a damn good judge of character. I'm gonna tell you now.
Hey, listen, that dog don't hunt, and he's barking up the wrong tree.
I'm gonna tell you now.
Let's put it in the English that he knows. You're barking up the wrong tree, and this coon doesn't run. This one don't go up a tree to be treed. I don't run from weak needed bitches like him, and their heart pumps puppy piss. So tell him to come get him some. Any day he feels froggy, tell him to jump.
I appreciate that, justice for you. She told Jody to shut up.
don't let him bump his ass as he's jumping. And Jody Sue better stay away from me too. I don't give a damn. You two motherfuckers knew that y'all was selling drugs to Candace to drug these little kids. You all are sick individuals.
Amen. Absolutely, girl. Absolutely. And by their behavior, by the way, their actions and behavior, I truly believe they're capable of doing that. I truly believe they are.
I just want to let them know I am tired of running. Anytime any of yous feel free, any of yous that feel froggy and they want to come and get some of me, tell them to step out of the shadows, because I will be there to meet them. I promise you that. 10 toes down, I will be there to stand my own damn ground, and I don't need any help to do it. I don't need the police. I don't need anybody but me. People are going to stop running their mouth, talking out the side of their neck. They're going to stop following me around. They're going to stop doing a lot of things that they're doing. I am sick and tired being sick and tired. I'm done with this. Bring your friggin' crooked, nasty, fucking skanky ass and stand up for what's right and what's decent one time in your damn sorry ass life.
You got to understand. You got to understand what you're dealing with here. You're dealing with a bunch of cowards. You're dealing with people who were up on Ben Hill Road, in my opinion, sedating little girls, doing disgusting things to little children, definitely neglecting, abusing, and completely destroyed one child altogether, which was 5-year-old Summer Moon Utah Wells. You got to remember that these people are, at all costs trying to protect their own fucking asses. You got Andy B in here, tonight in his own ways, trying to, scare you up about seeing you at the Booger Kings and stuff. And you got Jody Sue in here, trying to protect Andy's ass, telling him to shut up, telling him to, be quiet, telling him, all night long, she's been trying to warn him in every way she possibly can, not to put out anything that could incriminate his ass and possibly get him, interrogated by law enforcement any more than he already has put out there, causing some issues between all of these people. He meets up with Don Wells. He supposedly don't really knew them. They were just acquaintances across the fucking road. But, ever since they moved, they still been in contact with the Wells, practically daily, right? And they got all, they got this. What happened to this little girl is surrounded by a sick, evil group of humans that were working together. They were working together, all of them, all of them making, they all had the dog in the race. All of them was making self gain over what was going on. Andy, his self gain came from, like Jody Sue said, his self gain came from their self gain, not just Andy's, but Jody Sue's as well. Their self gain came from, selling the stuff that was sedating these kids. They were making big money,
That's
by
what
selling
hey,
the
Miss
well
PG, let
stuff.
me stop you right there. I'm going to tell Mr. Andy Bernard and Miss Jody Sue or anyone of them wants to go towards my kid and try, please let them do. Because you know what's going to happen to you? You're not going to have a foot, a leg, an ass to even hold on to because who's got her? This person don't give a damn. She will blow your brains out and not think twice about it. And I'm telling you that straight up. So if you think you're after my kid, you better think again. And if you're after me, please show yourself. Quit running like a coward that you are. Quit doing the things that you're doing. Quit running that mouth out the side of your neck because you ain't going to do shit. You're a coward. We all know you're cowards. We're going to call you out. We're all here just to get Summer, Utah, Moon, Wales. Her judgment, her peace.
I'll tell you now, Jody Sue, call whoever you want. Make all the phone calls you want because you are the number one suspects in this little girl's disappearance. Not PG. Not PG. Call who you want. I'm going to tell you, I already talked to law enforcement. I already talked to the freaking feds. I've already talked. So call who you please. You are the suspects in all of this. It was you that said your old man was selling the stuff to sedate these little girls in order for them to be sedated and touched. That come out your fucking mouth, Aunt Jody Sue. Why don't we call somebody on you? Right? Oh, I'm sorry. We already did. And you lied to them. Right? You said you could say it to us. And as long as you don't say it to them, that's all that counts. Because you know the law. You know the law. That's why you didn't call Andy Andy. You called him Munster and you called him this and you called him that. Because you know by doing that, you're not incriminating him, and you ain't going to get your ass pulled downtown and interrogated and mother freaking gone over and asked to take lie detectors test. And then you use your health not to take one, right? Even if they want one, you use your health to not take it. Come on,
What's
Jody
wrong with her
Sue.
health? What's wrong with her
You're
health? Because last time I seen her, she looked like she's fucked up and twisted.
I'm gonna tell you something. She is twisted. She is twisted in every way you could think of. She is that woman right there, man. She doesn't care about nobody's kids. She doesn't care whose kids were going through what. As long as her big ass was getting her nails done, as long as she, could walk around and act like she lived on Knob's fucking heel, as long as she could go get eat outs because she's too fucking lazy to cook, right?
Yeah.
Probably don't even know how.
Tell her, please, to call them on whoever she wants to. Tell
Uh,
her.
let's hear
I
you,
mean,
Jody Sue. No, hold on, Marlena. Let's hear.
Well, that's good. Y'all look over there and ask why exactly it is he was selling drugs to the children at 110. Why he
uh,
was potentially causing little girls over there to be sedated and to be touched with the shit he was selling them over there. Go
for
ask.
her to know
Because
about
I have
that, Miss
fucking
PG.
questions. Not standing in front of him anymore. Yeah. And if
Oh, you hear? She says, I'm not standing in front of him anymore. Why?
Miss
Because the
PG,
money.
for her to know that, that's accessory to the fact that he was drugging them kids.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And she
The
says here,
night that she ran into me at the store, why didn't she tell me that night that her husband was giving them drugs to sedate youngins? My youngin was over there. Bitch, I will call
right,
you out, and I'll call you out right now on Miss PG's thing. You should have told me that day that you ran into my fucking at the store, and you should have told me. Why was you afraid that you get the hell knocked out of you? Because that is exactly what would have fucking happened right there in the parking lot. Because bitch, you knew about it.
well,
Excuse my language, but bitch, she knew about it. She knew about it.
actually,
That's accessory to the fact.
Andy didn't ever. That's why. And she came out and told all this truth on him. She came out and told all this truth on him is because he didn't ever, he didn't ever put a ring on it. He had her swinging her ass around on a fucking pole, wiping her butt all over people's clothes. From what I heard, I mean, I got a bona fide witness that she was running around, wiping her backside on people's clothes. Matter of fact, they told her not to be doing it. She got nasty with them and went and tried to get the bouncers on the person. And then the bouncers wasn't going to do nothing. She comes back over trying to wipe her butt on them again. And they're like, oh my gosh, they just had to end up leaving because she just wouldn't keep her ass off their clothes. And, it was breakdowns, disgusting and nasty. Andy's bouncing and his old lady swinging that ass on a pole. I mean, he didn't ever put a ring on it. He beat it up. He beat it up, hard telling who else beat it up. I heard he was taking her to motels and letting people have at it for a while also. But, the point being is he wasn't about to marry it up. And he had, and he had 2 kids by it. And then then he leaves her ass. He flies off the hill and goes and gets with something else and marries it up. He puts a ring on it. When he put a ring on it, she came out and said this. She came out, she's ready for his ass to go to jail, right? And
PG,
she told on him.
For a bitch to offer me to come to her house after she said this online and she's got this on a recording. Bitch, are you stupid? Is she stupid? Does she want her ass handed to her? Because I will sure give it to her. Because my daughter was in that fucking house. And she knew about it. And you gonna stand in my face and act like you didn't know shit, Jody Sue? That's bullshit.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. It is bullshit, right? It is bullshit.
And everybody that's Summer's gang, she lives out on Reservoir out there in the camper on the left-hand side if you're going down towards Bays Mountain. This bitch wants to offer me to come to her house after she knowing that her husband and her selling drugs to Candace so that they can date rape my youngin or date rape any youngin. That's sick.
That's right. That's the truth. That is the truth. That's
I will spit it like I see it, and if you don't like me, then I'm sorry that I was bluntly honest.
Yeah. And she had, she got. I'll tell you why she wasn't going to stand in front of Andy no more, because Andy wasn't there to stand in front of, and the money wasn't no more. The money wasn't doing up her nails or doing anything for her any longer. It was doing everything for his new wife.
What happened, honey? What happened to her? Because Dawn didn't get to be paid them big checks, and they didn't get to be paid to keep their mouth shut.
Oh, let me tell you. I tell you what, I personally heard an argument between her and Candace about the money situation. Actually, Candace contacted her to, change that fake ass scream up. Candace, once, me and Don Wells, we got into an argument. He said, "Sissy, no, it fits the time." I said, "No, it don't. You sound stupid, man, using that time, that screaming shit, because at the time that scream would have been heard, your old lady and grandma and Summer would have been right outside in the middle of planting flowers, washing hands, getting a piece of peppermint candy, her favorite, right?
No,
let's not forget that. And she wouldn't ever been even walked back to the house yet. So there's no way in fucking hell that Jody Sue could have heard a scream at that time. Now, if you would have said it was,
it's awful funny. There's neighbors on the bottom down there, and if they'd have heard her scream, they would have asked Mrs. and Mr. Chambers if they'd have heard that scream. And I'm sure them are good-hearted people, and they're honest as they come. They would have told the truth. So they know that there was a hole in that story already, because people around there that has been there for years and they didn't get paid to tell the story,
Right.
they would have told that straight out, and I never heard any of them say anything about them hearing a scream.
Right. And
So
I
I
told
know that she's a
that's what I
liar.
told Dawn. I told Dawn. I said, look, if that scream would have been at 5:43, 5:47, okay, well, that could have been believable. But 4:43, 4:47, they're fucking hour off, dude. That's an hour off. It ain't fitting the timeline. He's like, oh yeah, I guess it ain't. And he goes home and he tells Candace about this. Candace contacts Jody Sue. Well, Jody Sue says, she ain't changing the screen because the law enforcement didn't believe it in the first place. She ain't changing that shit up. And then she wants to know where her money's is, where her part of, the gift cards and the Venmo and PayPal's and Cash App, all the money is that Candace is bringing in. I said, well, who is, that's Jody Sue. Who the hell, ain't that Jody Sue? I know her voice when I hear it. And Candace confirms, yes, it's Jody Sue. And she's talking, I said, why is she giving you some shit about some money? What the hell is she talking about? She's wanting some money and shit. And Candace said, the money coming in, the gift cards and stuff like that, and the money coming in, that they've been getting. I said, why in the hell should you give her some of that money? She giving you any of the money she's been getting? Candace said, no. I said, why the fuck you giving her anything? Tell her to kiss your ass, hang up on her. So Candace does. Hangs up on her. She hangs up on her ass. But anyway, I got Jody Sue's money fucking stopped on her. And then this bitch trying to come after me. When I finally came out to YouTube, to try to tell everybody, what sorry ass motherfuckers the Wells are and how shicey them bastards are and how much they lie and all the shit that they've been doing, because I wanted these people to know, don't support these mother freakers, and they're not doing nothing for their daughter.
You know what the messed up part is? I've seen Jody Sue more than I have seen Andy, because Jody Sue used to come and deliver pot to Candace while Dawn wasn't at work. She used to bring drugs up there all the time and give to Candace. So was it her selling? Was it
Jody
her
Sue said, Jody
selling
Sue,
Candace the drugs?
she said Andy was. She said Andy was over there selling Candace the stuff to sedate little girls so they could be touched.
No, she
Little
never
girl.
asked me to come
She
to
said,
her house. Does she
and
want to back that up because I had somebody with me? Does she want to back that up? She said, I never asked you to come to my house. She's a lying ass whore.
I wasn't twisted when I seen you 3 days ago, Marlena.
I ain't seen that bitch in 3 days ago. Quit lying, bitch. You're a dumbass whore. Stop your fucking lying. Won't you tell the truth and be a grown-ass woman for the first time in your goddamn sorry ass goddamn life, you fucking whore?
Why don't you tell the truth and shame the devil, right? Tell the truth and shame the devil, Jody Sue. You ain't never told it. You ain't told it this far. I'm going to tell
show her,
you.
Hey, tell her I know I am beautiful, intelligent, thoughtful, and caring, and honest, bitch.
Amen. Right?
That's exactly what I am. I am beautiful for the B. I am intelligent for the I. I am thoughtful for the T. And I am caring for the C. And the H, I know I'm goddamn brutally honest.
Amen.
Bitch didn't see me 4 days ago because I've been sitting in the same damn spot for 4 damn days. I've been stuck in the mud. So come on now. Come on with your damn sorry ass story. She's barking up the wrong tree. Bitch, you about to jump on the wrong one that you can't handle, because I ain't your old man and I ain't Candace and all of them. I don't back down.
So you seen Jody Sue heading up there with drugs to the Wells?
Yeah, she's brought pot up there plenty of nights and sold it to Dawn and Candace.
Oh.
Bring it up there and deliver. Won't you be honest about that there, Jody Sue?
Oh, wow. So if she was delivering that, she was probably delivering the other stuff too. That's how she knowed about it, right?
That's it.
Yep. Yep. Nobody sold or gave shit to your kid unless it was you, Candace, Dawn, or your own
She
fam.
better she better keep my damn youngin' out of her fucking mouth, or she'll eat the rest of her fucking teeth that she's got left. I promise you that. Bitch, you barking up the wrong tree.
Wow.
She better just shut her dang mouth.
Yeah. Well, she's scared of you. She won't take the link. She won't take the link and come up and and confront you. She's scared of you.
Take Miss PG's link and come and say something. Be a woman and say something there, Miss. Won't you ask them over at 110 what drugs they were getting or whatever you just said on that video? You told on your own self, you dumbass.
Yeah, listen to it. We're going to listen to it again.
All right. Well, that's good. Y'all go over there and ask why exactly it is he was selling drugs to the children at 110. Why he was potentially causing little girls over there to be sedated and to be touched with the shit he was selling them over there. Go ask. Because I have fucking questions. Not standing in front of him anymore. Yeah. And I found about a few days before all the shit went down. I'm not kidding, dude. And I got the fucking receipts on it. And I'm sure law enforcement does as well. He had known Summer was also being abused, and he hid it from everybody, including me. And he was very much selling drugs to the children at 110. And to Candace for those children. Now.
Oh, and to Candace for those children.
It's funny that I've never seen him up on that hill. I always seen her up on that hill. Not him. I barely ever seen him up on that hill. So she was selling the drugs. So ask her why she's selling Candace the drugs at 110 to give to children and letting them be molested.
Right.
Come on, you coward. Where'd you go? Where'd you go, you little coward?
Oh, she probably ran the hell out of here with her freaking tail between her legs. I'm sure she's got one.
She's a coward. She wants to run that dick sucker. She better learn how to suck a lot more dick, because she'd be happier to keep her husband at home.
I'm afraid it was never her husband, and he done married up something else. He put a ring on another thing. That's what pissed her off that night. That's why we got this information. That's exactly why we got this information. It's because he put a ring on another thing. Right?
Hey, that's what happened to me and my kid's dad. He put a ring on a stripper's finger.
Was her name Jody Sue?
No, her name was Chrissy Collins.
I was going to say,
AKA, hey, actually, her husband's missing too. His name is something Blake. He's been missing for a long time.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, wow.
She's a coward too. She runs too with her tail tucked between her legs.
Oh, yeah.
She sounded like she was so messed up in that freaking video that it was unreal.
She said, oh, she's back in the chat now. She said, you BITC, you know Candace and Dawn better. You know all we're doing dope in them kids. She's trying to say you knew they were doping the kids, that you knew 7 where your kid was, where you left her, with whom I've shown proof of your I think she's trying to say fuckery.
She doesn't make no sense. She doesn't make no sense. She's probably so Xanaxed out right now, she probably can't even hold her head up.
She's basically trying to say that that you were up. She's now she's trying to say that you knew that your kid was being sedated and done like this, as well as the Wells were doing theirs. That's what this bitch is saying.
Does that bitch not know that they would be dead son of a bitches if I knew that?
That's
We
what
wouldn't
she's
be sitting here
saying.
talking about them. We
And
wouldn't be here talking about them.
does she know something about this stuff that you don't?
Yeah, she does.
Does she know that your child was one of them that they were doing, maybe possibly doing this to?
Miss PG, you got money to bail me out of jail? If not, you better hush.
I would tell you. Hey girl, I'm gonna tell you what. If any of this stuff, if this kind of stuff right here is true where your daughter's concerned, trust me, Summer's Army will be belting you. That's the truth.
She better just keep her mouth shut and run like the coward she is. Is what she better be doing. She better just back the fuck up off of my kid, for one. And for two, she knows everything that's ever happened. She was the closest one to him. She's the one that's lived over on the hill for years. I'm the one that disappeared for a couple of years and raised my kid like I had some common damn sense.
Hey, I'm gonna tell you something. With the stuff that she's in here saying, I
And
mean
she's prosecuting her own ass.
that is incriminating herself. You know, that is incriminating herself. And I'm gonna tell you, I'm taking freaking notes of
Screenshots
this right
don't
here.
lie, baby. Screenshots don't lie.
I'm gonna tell you something. If you, I mean, right now you have reasons to suspect that from what she's saying and stuff that your kid might have possibly somehow been a a target in all of this. And I would want her to take a lie detector's test to see if what she's saying is true or not. Because, if what she's saying is truth and your child, possibly endured anything like this because of these sick bastards, you have every right to know. You have every right to know. I mean, I would be contacting the authorities and telling them and showing them the proof of her comments in this chat right now. I mean,
What you don't understand is, let's just put this out there. My sister-in-law is a Hawkins County's cop's daughter. Bitch, she was with me the night that you come up and said you had shit on Fred Hill about him plotting against me. Bitch, I got witnesses where we was. Where's your witness at?
right?
Where's it at there, Jody Sue? Oh, wait, you don't have none. You don't have nobody to cover that ass for you, do you? Your boyfriend's already put a ring on something else and fucking something else while you're sitting out here in the damn ditch somewhere and don't even give two fucks about you. She better take that shit on about my kid and lay down somewhere. I'm not playing. She's the one that was closer to him. She was the one getting paid off, getting her nails done and everything else with the money was coming in down there. Marlena didn't receive any, what is it? Like when you, all this stuff's giving me PSD and all that and give me all kinds of anxiety and all kinds of different problems. I mean, do you want me to sue you for it?
I'm going to tell you something. She's in here now lying. And she said, call Ali, offer them a polygraph on everything you just said, everything you have lied about since the night Summer vanished. Jody Sue, why don't you take a polygraph? Because, to my understandings, your ass was asked to take one and you used your fucking health to get out of it. You said no. You said no. So, there you go, Jody Sue. And I'm going to tell you, you are no informant for the law. You are no fucking informant for no law either. Matter of fact, you're actually in trouble with the law.
Here's the thing, Jody Sue. The night that she vanished, and when the cops showed up at my house, everybody that was around me the night that she vanished. And every one of them told them that I was where I was at. So I didn't have anything to do with it because I was where I needed to be. I even showed them the messages on my phone. So they know exactly where I was and what I was doing. So therefore, won't you go take a polygraph test and tell them where you was at and what you were doing?
Amen.
Don't be worried about what I'm doing and where I'm at and what I ain't doing.
And
you know what? I had a lot of carloads of law show up at my house. I
And
had
while
U.S.
she's at it,
Marshals and all that.
and tell her, well, she's at it. Make sure they ask her what the hell those kids were being sedated with over there, and who those kids were, because she seems to know all about it.
That came to light, didn't it?
Amen.
She knew what drugs they were giving them. Why didn't I just don't understand why the lying bitch didn't tell me that to my face at the gas station that night she seen me. Was she afraid that I was going to stomp her ass then? Because I'd have probably would have. There she goes, reflecting the bad stuff that she's done on somebody else, talking that shit. That's why she tried to get me to turn against Fred Hill, because, oh, he was plotting against me to take my youngin'. No, bitch, you was plotting against me with Candace to take my youngin'. Congratulations. Y'all won, didn't you?
Let me tell you
Not for
what.
too much longer.
I'm going to tell you another thing I have, Marlena. I have video of Jody Sue saying that she had supposedly had somebody, you know, an aunt or somebody that passed away. She said she had an aunt or something that passed away right before summer passed. She said right before summer passed. So what does that tell you? That tells you she knows Summer is not alive.
Mm-hmm.
I have video.
Did she steal her aunt's medicine after she died so that she could sedate these to kill Summer?
I'm going to tell you something. Here's what I think. I personally, what I believe is that they was sedating these, you know, Summer. I believe they were sedating these children. I do believe that they were letting, you know, I believe Dom was having at it. I believe that he was letting others have at it. That's my opinion. That's my opinion. You heard Dom Wells say yourself that they had sold a tape, to his he supposedly sold a tape for $5,000 to his boss. You heard Candace laughing in the background. Remember I played that? That, you know, and
That was
that
her last episode because I was watching it and nobody knew I was in the chats.
absolutely. And you heard Don Wells admitting that he did this stuff. I mean, these people are so bold. They think they can come out here and tell the fucking truth of all the dirty shit they was doing and did and get away with it, because they're not saying it to law enforcement. They're saying it to other people. And, you know, and law enforcement really can't force the truth out of them. But right here, listen to what she has to say.
Stacy Slay was actually the fake fed. I think that there's a person that somebody stole her identity. Exactly. Because there's a real woman by that name in that real area that died. And that's how you can call a funeral home. And see, I had Stacy Slay. I had a name, and there was actually a memorial video up by her family on YouTube. And she died not long before Summer passed. And she died not long before Summer passed.
Did you hear that? Did you hear?
Yeah, I did.
She died right before Summer passed. Listen to her.
Here, she's playing.
She
She's
died
swearing.
not long before Summer passed.
Before Summer passed.
So she knows that she's dead.
Oh yeah, she said you heard her. She said she, you know, she passed not long before Summer passed. That's exactly what she's saying.
A memorial video up by her family on YouTube, and she died not long before Summer passed.
She died not long before Summer passed.
Mm-hmm.
So she knows. Yeah, she knows Summer is no longer with us. Absolutely. I mean, this is all the stuff
You know
that
what
this
made
woman's
what made
saying.
her tell on PG? You know what made her tell on herself? Them Xanaxes that she's taking, because you know what? They will make you tell the truth, and you will tell things that you don't know you tell, and some of us ends up in allergic to handcuffs and ends up in them.
Right?
Every time. So she has took those Xanaxes, and she's told the truth in them videos. So yeah, I think she needs to be arrested for it. That's accessory for most of it, so she should be sitting in a jail cell right now.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
That's accessory.
Absolutely.
Malcolm County, I tell it.
Hey, there's another girl in your chat named Marlena.
Yeah.
Hi, Marlena. I'm Marlena. And you spell yours the same exact way as I spell mine.
Yeah. That's true. She's been backpedaling. Yes. Backpedaling. Mm-hmm. Yeah, she came out and told all the truth. She came out and told all the truth because she's a scorned ass bitch against her old man putting a ring on another thing. And, you know, and she told all this truth, and she's been trying to backpedal on it ever since, right?
Yep.
I mean, you know, and then she has the audacity to come in here and, you know, and say a whole bunch of, you know, stuff to you because you're putting them evil bastards out there for everybody to see how corrupted and evil and awful and terrible they are. I mean, you know, something you didn't ever expect. Something that, you know, what I'm trying to say is, man, you don't know who these sick individuals, you know, these SAers are, because, you know, they don't got no big dot on the front of their head. They ain't got no flashing fucking light. You know, they ain't got a different color nose. You know what I'm saying? You don't know who they are. This is stuff you don't know who is and who isn't one of those type of people. That's why you got to keep your kids the hell away from everybody, because you don't know who's safe and who isn't. That's the bad thing. I mean,
instead of coming in there and telling Andy to keep his mouth shut, she might have wanted just to keep her shut. She's protecting Andy, but told on herself. That's what just happened.
and she probably was. You know, I wouldn't doubt it. If you know, those people probably was, you know, visiting up the freaking, you know, the mills all over the place to get those, you know, those prescriptions. No doubt in my mind.
Or she's waited on her aunt to pass away and she's took over a prescription.
That could be too.
We know that thing.
Jody,
You know,
so did the law get the pills, or did you get them? Because usually when somebody dies, they come and count those. So who did you have to steal the pills for you?
they, you know, she must know what Andy was selling to sedate them kids, because she's the one that told on it, right? She's the one that told on it, so she must have knew what the hell it was.
Yeah, she did.
And I think law enforcement should be wanting to know what the hell it was. And I think law enforcement should also, you know, be searching in to who these little girls were that, you know, that these Wells people were up there doing this stuff to. And not only that, but I also heard that there was a white van that came into Ben Hill Road, had a little girl in the, not one little girl, but little girls in the back of it. They were trying to sell out of there. And Jody Sue, I heard Candace came up there and told Jody Sue about the little girl in the van that they're selling out. And Jody Sue tells Andy, let's get up the money. We need to get up all the money we can and get this little girl. And, you know, she tried to play hero, like she's trying to save the little girl. But when I checked with law enforcement, there has been no report of anything like that. So if she was telling Andy, let's get the money up, let's get this little girl, what happened to that little girl? If they was getting everything together to get this little girl, where is she? What happened to her?
PG, that was probably a lie.
I don't know, because, you know, she gave details on this freaking van parked down there. She gave detail on, you know, the kids being in it. I mean, she gave it all up. And
I've
she said,
never heard of any girls or them minivans coming to that part of the area selling kids.
well, you didn't know that Don and them were, you didn't know they were sedating little girls and allowing people to have at them either.
I didn't.
So, you know, it sounds like they kept you out of that loop.
Yeah, afraid I might say something to somebody, probably.
But, you know, I think they were, I think they were doing you. I think they were doing you the way that they were doing, you know, they was doing Allison. I think they were, you know, trying to befriend you to get to your kid, and, you know, and the same way they did other people.
They call Allison, they call her Alley Cat.
Did you know, did you know that, did you know that Candace went to a park one time? She went to a park. She met up with this girl. This woman was at the park with her children, and Candace was there. And the lady ran out of cigarettes or something and said she's going to make a, you know, that they had to go. That they had, you know, she'd like to stay longer, but they had to go. And Candace says, you know, we'll run and get you some cigarettes and I'll stay here with the kids. And, you know, and she said, okay, well, I'll pick up some drinks and stuff as well, you know, some chips and drinks while I'm there. And this lady runs off to the store. She comes back and Candace ain't there. Candace done hauled ass with her kids. And believe it or not, she had to send, luckily, a camera at the park or something and picked up, you know, the van's license plate or something. They figured out where Candace lived, and they had to go up to Candace's place and retrieve those kids away from Candace for this woman. That's what I heard. Oh, I lost Marina. Yeah, that's true story. that is a true story that I heard happened. And also Allison, she had to take law enforcement up there to retrieve her children back as well. I'm going to tell you, these people, Don and Candace Wells, very, very sick, very evil human beings. No shit.
Hey.
Hey, girl. I lost you for a minute.
I got kicked off. Sorry about the dog barking. But anyway, yeah, I mean, I didn't know about the van and that situation. No, I didn't know about that either.
Well, you know, that's what I'm telling you. There was a special group of people. There was they had a code of silence up there. There's, you know, Don and Candace were the ones sedating up and Don and Candace was the ones befriending these people to get at their children. They were, you know, befriending these women to get at their kids, which they did it over in Arkansas. They did it over in Utah. I mean, this is something they've been doing for a long time. Then they're doing it in Tennessee. That's what it sounds like to me. You know, I mean, Don Wells over in Arkansas, you know, he had a bunch of, they would go to soup kitchens, find chicks with, you know, women, you know, with kids, and they bring them back to their house, you know, and then they look for, you know, homeless women that, you know, drug addicted, homeless women with kids. They bring them back to their house, and they would have people giving these women stuff, you know, to zone them out. Well, they took their kid and doing bad stuff with their kid. And Child Protective Services, well, law enforcement came in first and busted it and started arresting pedophiles right off of Don's property. And then they took the law enforcement had Children's Services show up, which took all of these children out of there. And these children have been SA'd. They wasn't given back to the parents because they'd been SA'd. And, you know, it was really bad. And that's when Don got with Candace and, you know, hauled ass over into Tennessee. And it sounds like that's, you know, what they started up again. Instead of it, you know, Don and Pam doing it, it was Don and Candace doing it now. And they were up there, you know, had this thing going on. It sounds to me like, from what Jody Sue's saying, it sounds to me like Andy is supplying the stuff to sedate these kids. Don and Candace are the sedators, and they're the ones allowing these kids to, you know, bringing people around, letting these kids be, you know, fondled and touched and things done to them. And, you know, and these parents had, like you know, you leave your kid with them for 3 or 4 or 5 days. They're in there sedating your kid up, letting people have at it. You don't know nothing about it, and your kid don't know nothing either, because your kid drinks some pop or drinks some milk and it's passed out. And these things are happening. Your kid don't know. Your kid can't tell you what happened because it don't know. It don't remember nothing.
Rubied. They call them rubies.
You know, that's
When you get there's another such formula now that is liquid, and it's some kind of drug. If you mix with benzos and stuff like that, you forget.
right. You know, this is what it sounds like they was up there doing. So, you know, you got to be very careful. And, you know, from what she's saying, your child could have been a victim to it.
Well, there
And,
must have
you
not
know,
been nothing. So when they took my kid away, they cut her hair to see what, excuse me, to see what kind of drugs and stuff that was on. So it must have been something that wasn't going to show up, because in your hair follicle test, it come back, you know, it'll come back 10 years or whatever. Well, my youngin's hair, it didn't come back with nothing in it. So it must have been something untraceable.
well, you know what? There is a lot of drugs that cannot be traced through hair or, you know, fingernail clippings and stuff like that. There is, and a lot of drugs can only be detected with a spinal tap. Now, a spinal tap will pretty much tell every drug that's ever been in a human's body, but, you know, it's something I wouldn't put my child through. I wouldn't put anybody through it, to be honest.
Well, I know that I had one when I had her, and I wouldn't put my youngin through that. No.
You know, and that's you know, not a good procedure, and it can be very damaging to the spine. So, absolutely not.
So it must be not traceable in hair, whatever they give her. Because when they plotted to take my youngin away, they done every test they could possibly on drugs and everything. Because whoever told them,
also a lot of stuff. You know, a lot of stuff leaves the system. A lot of stuff will leave the system pretty quickly and cannot be detected. You got some stuff that leaves the system, you know, within 24 hours. You got some things that leave 72. You got some things that leave in a couple weeks, you know, different stuff. And they can't detect everything, you know. They're not that good yet.
Right. Well, if anybody doesn't have any more questions for me, I am jumping up off of here and I'm calling it a night.
All right, girl. Hey, I appreciate you coming up. I appreciate you straightening it out. You know, as you see, I mean, you learned yourself. You learned for yourself tonight that, you know, you better be real careful watching your back, watching your family's back. And you can see these people are not your friend, and you can see that you have been being stalked. You know, you've been being stalked. Now you know for sure. You know, you suspected it, but now they bona fide it, right?
They haven't met Moo, have they?
They bona fide it.
They haven't met my canine dog that my sister-in-law's got, and then she is a canine for Hawkins County, and she is very well trained, and she is very well smart, and she knows not to let anybody or anything close to my vehicle. She knows to protect where I am, what I'm doing, whatever. It don't matter what it is. She knows. You heard her bark.
Absolutely.
She knows exactly what to do.
Hey, girl, just be careful. Be careful. Watch yourself. You know, watch yourself. Watch your back. Just be really careful. And your brother needs to be careful. Your mom needs to be careful. you guys really need, you really need to um, you need to have something to protect yourself against all of this.
Well, if I had the money, I would have one, but I don't have nothing.
Well, I'm going to tell you, hopefully, um, people will support you, out here, that they'll help you, and support you to get, to get the means to protect yourself in whatever way need be. I would definitely contact law enforcement and let them know that, it's been bona fide, that you're being stalked by. I mean, you really need to let them know you're being stalked by these people, and harassed by them as well. And you need to call that in, because if anything did go down, you want that to be on record.
Yes, ma'am.
That protects you. It protects you in every way.
Well, I want to thank everybody that got on here to listen. And if anybody's got any questions, my Cash App's in the bio. Miss PG knows how to get a hold of me. So thank everybody for letting me come on and say what I needed to say and not be judgmental and twist it around. I
Hey,
appreciate
girl.
everybody, and please keep on praying for me. Keep me in your thoughts and your prayers.
We'll do. We will do. Trust and believe we will do. And just take care of yourself. Take care of yourself. Watch over yourself. Just watch your back. You know, watch your back and stay safe. Stay safe, Marlena.
I will. Thank you, Miss
And
PG.
hey, girl, you know how to get a hold of me.
Thank you, and you all have a good night, and
Hey,
God
girl.
bless, and
Hey, God
prayers,
bless you.
please.
God bless you and yours. And tell your brother that PG said hello.
I will.
All right,
I will
girl.
do.
Good
All right.
night.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. I'm going to tell you, I don't believe that this girl had anything at all to do with Summer Moon Utah Wells coming up missing at all. I'm a pretty good judge of character. I believe she's a victim. I would like to go into more detail, of how I know all the things I know, but right now isn't the time. Right now isn't the time, you guys. I can't do that right now. But I will be bringing it out. I'll bring it out here in the future. I'll bring it out here in the future, and and explain to you all how I knew everything. To all of this. So, you know, um, but please, if you can support her and help her out in any way, um, you know, like I said, I'd be very grateful. I'm sure she'll be very grateful, and that that you guys are helping her in some way. Um, and you guys know I wouldn't ask you to help. I would not ask you to help anyone that I thought had anything to do with Summer. I love Summer. You guys love Summer. We're Summer's army. I would not ever do that. I would not, under any circumstances, do that. I just do not feel in any way, form, or how that I feel she's a victim. I feel her daughter may have been a victim. This is a terrible tragedy. This is awful thing. And they've been put through hell. This family's been put through hell over, these evil asses up on Ben Hill Road. And they're still being stalked, and they're still being put through a hell of a lot. So if you can help them in any way, I would appreciate it. Also, oh, I got somebody back here. I'm bringing you up, girl. Did you want to close camera? Did you want to close the camera? There you go. I don't know if people want to close the camera or not. I'm gonna pop you up and everybody see
Oh,
you.
I don't care. My face is everywhere and I don't
You're
care.
beautiful anyhow, girl. You're beautiful anyway.
Thank you, Mama PG. Sorry for interrupting you.
Hey,
Marlena
you're
done a
welcome.
dang dang good job. Very proud of her. I thank her for being Summer's voice. Thank her for being her daughter's voice and putting
Amen.
these people in their spot. And I believe
Amen.
everything that that lady has told.
I believe it too. I believe it too. And what makes me believe it even more than anything else is the fact that you had Andy's ass in here tonight. You had Jody Sue's ass in here tonight. I mean,
Yep.
they got a dog. If they didn't have a dog in the race, they wouldn't have had the asses in here feeling so compelled to go
That's
against this woman.
yep.
You
Marlena
know,
told the truth and nothing but the truth. That lady did.
and I'm going to tell you, you could tell it burned their asses. You could tell it burned their asses. Jody Sue was heated tonight. You see, and Andy too. Did you see him?
Yep. I kept telling
I
her,
mean,
shut up.
did you see him in his roundabout way trying to threaten her up with, like, I
Yep.
know where you're at? And, he's first
Yep.
saying that,
Burger
how did
King.
she, I don't know her. How does she know me? Trying to act like, and that's what they do, act like they don't know people when they fucking know them for sure. And then
Right.
and his next breath is, I know where you're at, bitch. You need to shut your mouth. I see you at Burger King's. That's basically what he was saying, right?
Right. And that's where him and Dawn's favorite spot are. What are they doing?
Oh
Trying to
yeah.
find more kids? Trying to
Yeah.
find more kids to sedate?
He said he saw Don over, and I think him and Don was showing up over there stalking Marlena, if you ask me,
They
because
need to leave Marlena alone.
Don Wells has been circling a certain area, over around Marlena's mother's house where they think her daughter could possibly be. If you see Candace and Don, Don's down a dead end road looking at some little girl. And then when he leaves, he tells her he'll see her later. Then they're, filming up some little kids on the freaking road until grown-ups come down through there. And then they turn aside, the cowardly bastards. And then, they're over there stalking a freaking area where they believe another little girl might be. I mean, this is getting weird, to say the least, right?
Yes. And
This is getting real.
it's very
And then
scary.
supposedly Don has moved somewhere else right now where there's a bunch of little children running around.
Mm.
I mean, it really sounds like these people are some bona fide freaking, essayers, if you ask me, of children, which
Yes.
is
Evil,
super sick.
sinister, wanting to.
This
Yes.
is super sick, girl.
I just hope to pray God Marlena stay safe away from him people.
If Andy and Jody Sue and them don't have a dog in a race, they would have been in here tonight, trying to cause a lot of chaos and a bunch of hell. And
Yep. Trying
and
to do distraction.
and that's the reason we ask not to time people like that out, because we want them to be in here. We want them to run their faces. We want them to talk.
Yes.
We want them to give their asses out. We want them to out their fucking selves. And that's what they're doing when they're in this chat. They're outing their asses.
Yes. And Jody
Right?
Sue, well,
I
they're,
mean,
they're, they're, they're giving sedation to kids up on a
there's
hill.
these are
Andy.
some ignorant criminals right here.
Yes, they are.
An intelligent criminal would stay the hell away from all of this. They would just be sitting back. They would be taking it in, but they wouldn't be, giving nothing out. And these people they're not intelligent criminals at all. They're freaking
Right.
morons, if you ask me. And at some point, if they ain't already slipped up with the grave over there that they tried to fucking hide, if they ain't already slipped up with that, then their asses are bound to slip up. They're bound to slip up. And we're going to be here when they do. We're going to be here.
Yes.
Absolutely.
They're very stupid, is what they are. I'm sorry to say that, but they are. Jody
Well, you don't go
Sue,
around. You don't go
Andy.
around trying to threaten up people. You don't go around trying
No.
to threaten up people. And if you don't have a dog in the race. And Jody Sue and Andy obviously have something really good in this race, because
They got
man,
something hiding.
they've been on it from day fucking one, right?
Yep. Making money
I
off of
mean,
Summer's name.
yeah,
She
they've
is.
been on. I mean, from day one, I knew Jody Sue's ass wasn't out here to help Summer. She was out here to keep that
No.
keep that fucking nose deep in everything, to know everything, so she could, protect her ass and Andy's ass and everybody else's ass. She's been out here, the one to try to protect everybody from whatever the hell went down that day.
Right.
She
She
is
won't know
she is
what
a
people are
sorry
saying because she's
she's an
scared.
evil sorry ass piece of shit. And I'm going to tell you, whether Jody Sue believes in God or she don't believe in God, I don't care. You know what the woman believes. Believing that there ain't a God don't make it, doesn't make it true. You can believe all you want.
Right.
There isn't a God. It ain't going to make it, untrue. There is a God. There is a God,
Yes,
whether
there
people
is.
want to believe it or not. God Almighty exists. His Son Jesus Christ exists. The Holy Spirit does exist, and hell exists. There's a
Yes,
big
they do.
hell waiting on these evil freaking people that think they're getting away with some shit on this earth. Well, I'm going to tell you, you ain't getting away with nothing. You're not
No,
getting away
the
with nothing.
censorship
What you're
needs to
doing is
stop.
all you're doing is making yourself a special place in that place called hell. And I'm going to tell you, it ain't going to be no party around a great big freaking burning barrel where you're lighting cigarettes, sucking down your liquor, talking, and having a big party. When you get in there, your mother freaking tongue's going to cling to the roof of your freaking mouth. You're going to wish to God you didn't ever end up down there. You're going to be miserable as hell. And them demons, those demons that fled your ass at death, they're going to be there to now torture you. So you go right ahead and you keep doing what you're freaking doing. Because your ass, you got me bit if you think you're getting away with anything. You
They're
ain't
not
getting
going to
away
get
with
away
the
with it.
damn. These people, man, it makes me sick to see ignorant people. I don't like to see ignorant
Yes,
people. I don't like to see evil people. They
they're
appall me.
twisted. They're twisted. Very twisted.
Yeah,
What would they have done if that was their daughter? You know what I
their
mean?
fucking brain, their
What would Jody
fucking
Sue
brain
do?
looks like a pretzel, right? Their brain looks like a
Right.
pretzel.
Burnt as hell. It's
I'm
burnt
going to
up.
tell you something. I know. Jody Sue, I'm going to tell you what, Jody Sue's one of those women. Oh, you ain't, you ain't going to be touching mine. Nobody's going to be touching my kids. We're going to sell you up to shit, and I'm going to have nice nails, and my kids are going to have everything nice, and we're going to have, all your money and everything. And ain't nobody going to be, nobody's going to be touching our fucking kids. We don't care what you do with yours. And I mean, if you want to let people do all that evil stuff to your kid, and you want to do evil stuff to your kid, and you want to just end up destroying your kid, you go right ahead and you do that. If you ain't got no more brains than to do that.
Right.
That's how people like her think. And I'm going to
She's
tell
sick.
you. Well, I'm going to tell you. She might be sick. She might be
In the
sick.
head.
But I'm going to tell you what. I'm going to tell you what. She protected her damn kids, something that Candace didn't. Candace ain't only sick, but she's fucking stupid.
Yes.
She ain't only sick, man, but she's fucking stupid. She let some people
And
cross the road. She let some people cross the road take advantage of her ass, till her kids are completely destroyed and gone. And they're going with, what I'm saying is Jody Sue's son is going to call Jody Sue and, hey mom, I love you and I love you too, son. And they're going to have he's going to visit up and they're going to have Christmases and they're going to have Thanksgivings and they're going to have all the holidays. And her daughter's going to be,
Summer
hey
gets
mom, I
nothing.
love you and I care about you. And they're going to have their holidays. Candace is not going to have shit. Candace, every kid
Yep.
Candace had, she has destroyed, and they are gone. And I'm going to tell you something.
Yes.
Candace ain't going to have a damn thing. Candace is right now setting her old ass, thank God, that her old ass is too fucking old to have another kid. Thank God ain't nothing else able to be squeezed out between those legs. And I'm going to tell you
Praise
something.
God.
To be used and abused and destroyed in this world. Thank God for that. And her old fucking ass, finally, she's fucking too old to be having any more kids. Thank God that her ass, is not going to be able to abuse and use and abuse anybody else. And I'm going to tell you, she's going to be sitting there with her old freaking ass in the future, all by her old fucking self. She's going to be so Miss
Yes.
fucking Gummy. She's going to be gumming her freaking Christmas and her freaking Thanksgivings and her other holidays. She's going to be gumming that shit on her own. And there ain't going to be
That's
nobody
right.
around the table, saying, hey, I love you or anything else to her ass. I'm going to tell you right now, when she needs help to get out there in her motherfucking car, there ain't going to be nobody helping that ass to the car because you know what? She destroyed everything that could
It
have
would
been
help
there
her. I
and would have
wouldn't.
been there for
I wouldn't
her.
help the bitch
You
if
know?
she was on fire.
I
I
wouldn't.
would
Yeah, I
never help
wouldn't
them
cook on her.
bitches.
She was on fire as well. You got
Nope.
that right. I wouldn't. I wouldn't fucking spit on her.
Nope.
I'm
I
like, what the heck?
screenshotted everything Jody Sue said and Andy and sent it in.
I'm going to tell you something, Marlena. Marlena's like, that shit on Andy's face is roadkill. It probably smells like roadkill, being that close to some
Probably smells
radiated
like it.
food down there in the basement, right?
You're damn right.
I'm like, shit.
I'm just so proud of Marlena standing up. I am just so proud of her. It just makes me
Hey,
sick what they've done
girl,
to
I'm
her,
going to
and
tell
it's
you
hard to tell
something.
what they've done to that kid, to her
You
daughter.
know, Marlena tried to stay, she tried to keep herself and her family out of all of this for all of these years. All she wanted to
Right?
do is, live and let live, you know, try to stay away from it all. I
And
mean,
raise her kid.
and they won't let her. They won't let her. I'm
No,
telling you, these motherfuckers are stalkers, man. Once they get on you, they don't want to get off of you, right?
that's right. Put a little bit of salt on them leeches. Them bitches will run.
Right? You know it, girl. You know it.
I'm telling you, I think Jody Suber watched because Marlene acts like she's a fireball. She might slap the leaves right off of her.
I'm going to tell you right now. I don't think Jody Sue could say what she wants, but I don't think she won't. I don't think she wants to come up against Marlena. I'll tell you
No,
that
she'll
right
shake
now.
her tree. She'll shake
Them,
that tree so hard it'll fall.
well, I'm going to tell you, Marlena's all. She's already lit up with the. She's already lit up with the. A lot of shit. That came down on her because of all these
Right.
people. And I mean, she's been putting up with their shit. You know, like she said,
4 years
put
almost.
she was putting up with it a few months before Summer comes up missing, and she's been putting up with it ever since. And she's just tired of it. She's tired
You
of
do
it,
get tired of it.
And God bless her. God bless her. I mean, yeah, um, I
Well,
mean,
she's
she's
got a
down on
true
her.
friend in you.
Yeah, yeah, she does. She does have a friend in PG. Absolutely.
Yes, she does.
You
He will
know,
stand behind her.
I've been talking to her behind the scenes, and I'm going to tell you something. I'm one of those people that I don't. I take my time to get to know people. I'm not one of those
Right.
people. I'm not one of those people, that just hear a person. I actually listen, and I get to know
You
people,
listen,
and I
yes.
get to know their character, and I'm very quick at doing this. I'm very quick because I've had a lot of practice. Trust me, I've had a lot of
Right.
practice, and I got to know this girl. I've got to know this girl behind the scenes, and I'm going to tell you now. If I thought for 5 seconds she had anything to do with any of that
With
shit going
Summer.
on up there, I'll let you know right now. I wouldn't ask no
Yes,
one
you
to
would.
support this girl. I would not ask anyone to support her. I'd call it out. You guys know how I am. I you know
You,
I call it out right now, right here, right now. I'm going to tell you, Marlena's got a bad rap. Yeah,
that's why with Chad trying to watch you. That pisses me off. Excuse my language, but Chad Arnold, why are you watching Mama PG and whoever was with her? It's none of your business. Hell, it could have been my husband. Maybe she was having fun. But don't be stalking Mama PG or Marlena.
right, right.
None
You
of you
know,
all know what Mama PG does behind these scenes. Maybe a couple of mods, and that's it.
I'm going to tell you, um, Summer's got a strong army. She's got a very strong
Yes.
army. She's got people. I'm going to tell you, my friend, I'm going to tell you something about my friend. My friend be going the extra miles for Summer. The one that was up at the
Praise God.
cemetery be going extra miles for Summer. I'm going to tell you,
Praise God.
they want her found, and they want her brought home, and they want justice served just as much, maybe more so than everyone
Yes,
else.
and it's
I, you know, and they don't buy into this sick kind of stuff happening to children. They don't buy into this kind of thing. You know,
boy, if
my
someone done that
friend,
to my kid, God forgive me, I
I'm
would
going to
kill
tell
him.
you
I'm so
something. My friend is a very God fearing person. My friend is got it. They got a beautiful family. They know what family, how important family is. They have really been through a lot of things in this world. They've seen a lot of things in this world. Very highly intelligent. Very highly intelligent. And I'm
right.
going to tell you, and they're in a position that they can get shit done, and they do. So I'm
Amen.
going to tell you what, Andy and them don't know what they're following. They
No,
don't
they
know what they're
don't.
following, and they don't know, you know, by what they did the other day at that cemetery was a real big fuck up for them. That wasn't no
Yep.
win. That wasn't no win, baby. That was a real lose right there.
Yep.
That was a real lose. All they did is, bonify that their asses, have a dog in this race.
Yes, they do.
And they bonified it again tonight. And if they,
Yep. Oh
and
man, they
Jody
popped in
Sue,
that chat real fast. Andy did,
and
and Jody
yeah,
Sue, like bam,
and
bam.
Jody Sue can holler, call on for me, call this and that. I'm going to tell you something. What Jody Sue don't understand is law enforcement's already in this. Law enforcement hasn't
Yes.
ever got out of it. Law enforcement's been here the whole time, Jody Sue.
And do they not
The whole
understand that
time.
law enforcement's living close to Bent Hill? Do they not understand that?
I'm gonna
Like,
tell
come
you,
on.
they ain't a damn thing goes on that law enforcement don't know about. Nothing.
Right. Karma's coming. They better tuck their tails because they can't
I'm gonna
hide.
tell you. You know, all I can say for them idiots, the best thing can happen is Summer be found, laid to rest, people get closure, so everybody will move on and won't be, because at this point right here, people are wanting justice. There's a lot of people wanting justice more than they're wanting Summer found, to be honest. They're wanting,
That's right.
they're like, let's just get justice, right? Because of the way these
Yep.
people have acted and done in this baby's case. A lot of people's just like, why ain't they in prison? Why ain't they there already? You know, I mean, it's really bad. And
It is.
and to calm that effect, these people really would be smart to let Summer just be found to be laid to rest, so people will just move on, and they will. And that's
Yes, they
really
will.
that's really, like I said, vengeance is mine, saith the Lord. you know I know there's a heaven to gain and a hell to shun. I know
Hell,
that.
yes.
Nobody's going to tell me they ain't, because I know there is. And
Yes,
I'm going
there
to tell you
is.
right now, you know these people better be worrying about their souls. They better be worrying about their souls. It's crazy as it sounds. Once you're in hell, you ain't getting out. Once you're
You ain't
there,
coming out. You're
you
internal.
ain't getting out. Especially if you've been doing, I mean, if you're that fucking evil to hurt a child or go along with a child being hurt and destroyed and hidden away. If you're that evil, trust me, once you hit that place, you ain't coming out. And
Hell no.
the best thing you could do is save your ass, not from, anything in this world, but to save your ass from the next life. The
That's
best
right.
thing you can do is, tell now, before you get somewhere else. And you ain't promised another freaking day.
No, we're not.
Nobody's promised another day. You don't know when your callings are coming. I'll tell you that
Nope.
right now. People's callings come out of the blue. You don't know.
That's right.
So, while you got an opportunity, I'd be telling, I wouldn't even have went along with none of this shit to begin with. I wouldn't have went along
No.
with it. I'd have been like,
Come on,
oh,
Jody.
hell, no.
Right. Come on, Jody Sue. Come on, Andy. Tell us, where is Summer?
Right.
We want to know. You
I mean,
helped Dawn. You helped Candace. Come
I
tell us.
I personally believe, and this is my opinion, I personally believe Andy, Jody Sue, Candace, Don Wells, I believe all of these people know where Summer is, and I believe a few more people know where Summer is also.
Yes.
I truly believe there's other people who know where Summer is as well. I believe Chad Arnold knows. I believe Chad Arnold
does. Yes.
He was meeting up with Candace. He's over there stalking people for Andy. Andy said, it's done. Obviously, it's done. I contact someone, to meet up with you and take care of the situation, So obviously, all these people know. And
Yes, they do, Mama P.
well, if they're really willing to keep their little code of silence and they're all willing to end up in hell together, you know, getting tortured up by
Let
their
them
own
know.
demons that fled their asses at death while they went to hell. Well, so be it. So be it. I mean, who am I? Who am I to try to save their soul, right?
Right. And now I feel, it's like, poor Fred, he's getting drug in it. I've said some bad things about Fred and I apologize for it. It's sad because they try to put the blame on him when Laura said Chad was up there. So,
Well, I'm not so eager, you know, I'm not so eager to rule Fred out too soon.
right.
I'm
Right.
not eager to rule Fred out too soon. I'm giving, I'm I'm giving Fred has been helping behind the scenes. I'm not gonna, you know, say he hasn't, because Fred has very much been
Right.
helping behind the scenes, in every way he can for Summer's sake, it seems like.
Right.
But
Right.
I'm not ruling anything out. I am bluntly honest when it comes to Summer's
That's what
case.
I like.
And the
Right.
truth is the only thing going to bring this little girl home. And like I said, I'm not ruling Fred out at this point right here. I'm not going to do it. I'm
And I
not going to
trust
do
you,
it
Mama
because
PG.
there's reasons why I can't do it, girl. Things I
Right. And I
know,
trust you.
you know, things I know that just can't allow me. I wish I could. I wish I could.
Right.
Fred's a very likable person. He's a very, very likable person. But
Right.
um right now I can't do that. I you
Right.
know, I'm working on it. I'm working on it, you guys. I'm working on it. I'm like I
Well, I
said,
trust you.
I've been doing a lot behind the scenes, as you guys can tell, and I ain't been lying.
No,
You
you have
know I
not.
ain't been lying. I've been doing a lot behind the scenes, and I'm telling you, uh,
It's hard on you.
girl, it is hard. And I mean, I'm not. I'm working on this stuff. I'm working on this stuff day and night. My every spare moment I'm getting, I'm working on these things for Summer's sake. And
Right.
it's I gotta have me another cold one.
Woo. Ooh, doesn't that taste good? Sorry, Candace, none for your sorry ass.
Right? None for Day Day either. I know Day Day's
No, no,
probably.
no, no.
I ain't going to share with her either. Remember that funnel cake?
So,
Yeah, I'm still upset about
yes.
it. I'm still upset about it,
That
girl.
dirty.
I'm going to tell you. I I hold those grudges for a long, long time. I've been
I would
trying. I've
too.
been trying not to. But when
What
it
we
comes
say,
to
Mama
funnel
Peach, you
cake,
gotta
that's my
pray for
favorite.
them,
Girl,
right?
funnel
Pray
cake's my
for them
favorite.
enemies.
Yeah, I'd be praying that she gave me some funnel cake.
I'll
And
buy you
then
some funnel cake.
and then she had ice cream and freaking all kinds of fruit and then all that whipped topping. I'm like, oh my goodness, man. I've been thinking that all keeps me awake at night, right?
Right.
It keeps me awake at night. It's like,
It
shoot.
does.
Yeah, I ain't never seen no funnel cake
Next
like that.
time, reach through that screen and snatch.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, I love you, and I know you're tired. Prayers to you and your family. Prayers for
Hey,
Marlena and her family. Stay
girl, prayer
strong.
to you and yours as well. God
Thank
bless.
you.
God
You know,
bless.
if you need us, we're just a phone call away.
Hey, girl, you tell your husband I said hello and to take care of
I
himself.
will.
Take care of
I
himself.
will.
Go easy.
I
Tell him to
love
go
all you.
easy on himself.
I'm gonna
Hey,
beat
I
him
love you
up.
guys too. You
That's what
know
I
it.
told him. I do. We love you, Mama.
Right?
Well, I told him the other day I was going to handcuff him to the chair.
Yeah, right. I mean,
He says,
if
"Well,
it's
I
gonna,
got a key."
if he said he got the key,
He's got the key.
he probably does too.
But he
He
does.
probably does.
Darn
Probably
it.
keeps a spare in his shoe.
Probably.
For
Well, I
real.
love you all and prayers to you. He does. Prayers to you all. I'm laying here in bed listening, and I'm proud of everybody. Anybody
Hey,
needs prayers, we're praying for you all.
I am glad. I'm glad that Marlena stepped up. I'm glad that she,
Yes.
cleared the air for herself. I'm glad she just put it out here, that she's not going to tolerate no more shit. You know,
She's
you
very
got to
brave.
stand. Hey, you got to stand up to these people. I mean, I tell you what. You know the reason. You know the reason that evil people do evil things to other humans because they can. That's the only reason,
They
girl.
can and they
Because
get
they
away with
can.
it. Yes. They
And
think
you
they
know
get away
what?
with it.
You got to let them know they can't. You got
That's
to be
right.
the one to let them know they can't. And I'm proud of her because she came up here tonight and she said, "Hey, you can't, and you're not going to." And she's standing
That's
her
right.
ground. You know, and
We'll stand behind her.
yes, we will. Yes, we will. We definitely will stand behind her. No
I hope
doubt
the
in my
little bit of
mind.
money we send her helps.
Hey, I hope. I hope she got. I hope that she did get. You know. I hope people did help her because she really needed it. She really needed it.
There was
I
some
don't want
blood.
to. I don't want to put out here. Somebody's needs and stuff. But and she didn't ask. She didn't ask. She didn't ask.
Right.
Um,
You know.
I knew, and I put up her cash app. I ran it by somebody else. I ran it by someone. I said, "Hey, I'm thinking about putting up her cash app because I knew the things that's going on behind the scenes and you know and you know I I was thinking about it you know and yeah, I thought to myself, and then people and then people were in here, saying ugly stuff, and I'm like, why do you got to do that?
Yeah.
You know, when you come in,
I seen it. The mods took care of it.
anytime you come in, and be really mean to someone that's, witnessing out for a missing child, you're not hurting that person. You're hurting the child.
No, you hurt
And,
her. You hurting Summer.
and these people were just jealous. They were just jealous. There's a lot of people out here that don't want to see anyone, get anything. There was people in that chat tonight. There was people in that chat tonight that didn't want to see Marlena come even a dollar. They didn't want to see her get a dollar because there's
No.
people that just can't stand to see someone else get something when they're not getting. Oh, it's okay to give it to them. They would love to
Right.
have, a windfall come on them, but they hate to see anyone else get anything. And that's disgusting. That's
It's
absolutely
very.
disgusting. And I
And
and I
God
don't
don't like
understand
ugly.
it. Oh no, God don't like ugly. I mean, God don't like ugly. Hopefully, and those people didn't stop anyone from, doing the righteous thing and helping this girl if they could. hopefully, no one was able to do that. But I know evil
Right.
people will try. They will try to roadblock,
Yes.
you know,
They
God's
try to
gifts to
roadblock
someone.
God, and it ain't happening.
Right, right. So, but she does need prayer. She very PG. Miss Norway was here. Oh, wow. I am so
Yes, she
glad.
was.
I am so glad. All right. To my mentor and friend, I'm sending you much love. Been missing you. To all my sisters in chat,
No.
I love you and God bless you all. Summers. Oh, Miss
Thank
Norway.
you.
Yes, absolutely. God bless. God bless you.
Prayers, Miss Way. We miss you.
Oh, I do. I was so glad. I'm so glad she came in because I've been so worried. I mentioned her a few times
Yes.
in here. I don't
Almost
know where
every
she
time.
was or what was going on, and she comes to my mind a lot. She reminds me of my mother. She so reminds me of my
No.
mother. She always
Oh,
has. She always has. I love that woman, and I miss her. I miss her when she don't come around, and I do pray. I ask God, you know, let her come in, and it seems like He always does. So I'm
he
thankful for
does. He
that.
hears you.
God answer prayers. He answers prayers, right? And I was so
Yes,
glad.
he
I did
does.
notice. I did notice, girl, that he was that she was in the chat tonight. I had so much was going on, I didn't get a chance to address it. I think I did pull up.
And
I
you've
did
done
pull
good.
up. Somebody said something. I did pull it up to let her know I knew she was in the chat, but so much was going
I
on
was
panel.
blessed Justin was in here.
Oh yeah, I seen Justin too. Um, in
Yes.
here tonight. He was in here as well. I love Justin.
That
I
man
love
loves you, Mama PG.
Hey, I love him too.
He's amazing.
I tell you, oh, me and Justin, man, we've had some of the best try to come between us, and they ain't been able to. Right? We've had some of
Ain't
the
gonna
best
happen
try.
either. Right.
No, no, that ain't gonna happen. I do love Justin. He's like a brother to me, and
God sent him for a reason.
um, I think Justin really does care about he goes an extra mile too. He goes an extra mile.
Yes.
From what I've been hearing, Candace don't even talk them anymore. I'm sure Candace had an ideal. What?
Who is that, Sharon?
Um,
Hmm.
I'm going to tell you. Um, from what I hear, Candace didn't talk to them anymore. Sure, Candace had an ideal what they was up to. I'm going to tell you, nobody was up to shit but Candace, Dawn, and Grandis, to be honest with you, Sharon.
That's right.
Those were the motherfuckers up to something, and they've been up to something. Donnie, Candace, and Grandis, they're the ones with the missing 5-year-old little girl. They're the ones that took the little girl out that day and then took a video. And if you asked me of my opinion, that little girl is not alive on that milk jugs. Matter of fact, she looks bolted in. She looks bolted in on those
She
milk
was trapped
jugs.
in there pretty good. Yes.
Let's take a look at Summer on these milk jugs. Oh, looky here. Her arm is behind that milk jug right there, where
And
she's
right behind
propped in
it.
there. Right. Let's go on down through here. See there? See how that milk jug is over her arm? No way she had her arm over her head. Why don't you go tell Candace
No.
that?
She didn't have her
Sharon,
arms up either.
you personally, to me, obviously are for the well somehow. And look here, how her head, that milk jug is actually dented. Her head, and that's where they pulled her jacket and kept putting her down and pulled her jacket. And if she was alive, her head wouldn't have been hitting that milk jug enough to kind of crush it in like that. So
No.
that's another thing. Let's take in consideration. The
She
box.
was adjusting some food there.
The milk jug was also wedged in there with the box. Look at the box, how the milk jug's wedged in there. Her arm is wedged in there. The seat belt's holding her in there. And look at her hat, the way it's been pulled completely away from her neck to adjust her head the way they wanted it as well. I'm going to tell you something. I know this child was not. She was
She
definitely
was not
not.
with us.
Yeah, this is stagery. This is definitely, look at the hood. You could tell someone yanked that hood to adjust her on there. So please, you know, the only one up to something is the Wells. That's, you know, just saying, you know, I show the proof here. You can't come into this channel and, you know, say anything that we don't have the proof to. Just saying. And I don't think Marlena's talking to them anymore. Oh, we lost her. Good night, girl. God bless. But yeah, I don't believe Marlena had a thing to do. I think she's a victim, like a lot of other people were victims. Candace and Dom Wells is very good at trying to make friends with people who have children, and they're not interested in you. They're interested in your children. They're looking past you. And you better be careful when people like that come around, because they look right past you. They're looking to get your kids in their grips, and they're looking to groom and exploit your children. And you better be very damn careful about sickos like that. Just saying, you know. I mean, you don't see these, you know, you don't expect it. That's how they get it done. That's how they get it done, because no one expects people to be that fucking evil. See, when you're not that evil, you don't understand it. You don't understand it exists. And that makes you vulnerable to it. It makes you vulnerable to it. When you can't believe someone could be that evil, you just became vulnerable. Because when you can't believe it, then you know, you're at risk of letting it happen. And you got to be wiser than this. You've got to be expect it. That's what I'm saying. Expect it. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid to understand how fucking evil humans can be on this earth. Don't be afraid to be watching out for it. Don't be afraid to stand up against it. Just saying. I'm going to tell you, trying to turn a blind eye from it is not going to make it go away. It's just going to make you more vulnerable to it. That's what I'm talking about. So, you know, trying to give you some wisdom, just trying to give people some wisdom when it comes to, you know, this kind of stuff right here. And, you know, nobody can protect you but yourself. No one can protect you but yourself. And how do you do that? By being smart. By being smart. By not, you know, by not letting yourself be overtaken by anyone's bullshit words. Their bullshit friendships. You know, don't trust nobody. Don't trust them. You know, absolutely not. The minute you let your guard down, that's what they're waiting for. That's what they're waiting for. Don't do it. Don't do it. That's how you protect yourself, by always being on guard. Amen. No summer, no peace. You got that right. You got that right, sweetheart. Man, I ain't heard that in a long time. And here lately, a lot of people's putting it in the chat, and I'm like, yes, yes. You know, it's beautiful, beautiful. No summer, no peace. That is the truth. All right. Amen. You got that right, girl. Listen, you guys, PG is going to head out of here. I am very proud of Marlena. I'm very proud she's standing up for herself, her family, and for Summer, who needs to be found, brought home, and justice served. Absolutely. I am so proud. And, you know, we will keep working. We'll keep working diligently. trying to get all the answers we can for this little girl, because that's what we're supposed to be here for, and that's what we're going to be doing. So, I appreciate everyone. I appreciate each and every person that was in here tonight who was, bona fide and standing up for these children. God bless you. God bless you. And I don't ever leave out of here before asking, please, please, please keep those prayers going up for Summer. Keep the prayers going up. I know that God is listening. I know through his son, Jesus Christ, he is hearing these prayers. I know God is answering. He's answering, maybe a little at a time, but he is answering. So please keep them prayers going up till we got all the answers and we've got Summer found and we've got closure for her brothers and the people who love her and all of us who love her also. And let's pray that we can get the justice as well. Let's pray that we can get the justice as well on this earth, right? We're going to pray for that too, because Summer deserves justice against the evil beings that did this. And if they're that evil, then I feel other children could be at risk. And we want this evil off the streets in the name of Jesus. Amen. So please keep those prayers going up in the name of Jesus Christ for this little girl. Keep them going up for all these other missing kids too. Michael Vaughn, Sebastian Rogers. Keep those prayers going up. They need to be found as well. They need to be brought home. Justice needs to be served for them also. So keep the prayers going up and keep them going up for one another. Keep them going. A family that prays together stays together, and we are a family. We are a family for these missing kids because we want everything done righteously for them. So pray for one another as well. Good night, everybody. God bless. Much, much love.